Vaya, vaya, vaya. Perdón que esté un poco tarde. Vengo honestamente, ahorita en la mañana nos paramos porque adoptamos un nuevo perrito, en lo que fuimos a recogerlo, etcétera, que lo estás conociendo y todo eso. Está bastante chaparro. Creemos que es un pitbull enano. Eso es lo que creemos. Entonces, tenemos unas escaleras bastante con pendiente potente y estaba preocupado por eso, porque a mi mujer se la lleva. Si el perro se va, a mi mujer se va. Entonces tuve que pararme, ayudar al perro y una vez que estaba ahí abajo le dimos de desayunar y lo empiezas a ver y completamente te distraes de todo porque todas las cosas que está haciendo son completamente adorables. Así que estamos muy contentos. Le habíamos puesto Vini, pero ahora mi mujer se paró y dijo, no creo que ese es el nombre. Entonces, vamos a ver qué es. Para todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy que van a estar en el chat, en 3 minutos empieza el en vivo ahí para que puedan comentar y nos pregunten lo que gusten. Ya saben que primero leemos allá y después leemos acá también en los comentarios de YouTube las peticiones para todas estas tablas. Pero vamos a empezar el día de hoy con noticias muy importantes. Uno, bastantes altcoins, Solana, Pepe, etcétera, han estado siendo listadas una vez más en Robinhood, en Coinbase, en todos estos lugares. Eso en el pasado nos había llevado 20% abajo cuando las deslistaron de esos exchanges y se empieza a ver bastante bien la cosa. Para todos mis amigos que están en Rivian, en el trade de Rivian, que estuvieron aquí ayer, que pusieron atención en X, etcétera, felicidades. Es lo único que queda decir. Es lo único que queda decir. 2 de 2, absolutamente, ¿cómo de que no? Y lo vamos a continuar haciendo, señores. Para eso estamos aquí en Elite Trading Academy. Pero antes de eso, yo creo que la cosa más importante para todos nosotros de empezar a notar es que tal vez sí se va a venir lo que estamos diciendo con Donald Trump y Elon Musk y Javier Milei, etcétera. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar el por qué. Y lo que habíamos comentado antes es que muy probablemente Estados Unidos tiene dos caminos, el de la súper alta inflación y el de la deflación, muy interesantes. Hoy justamente también nos dieron datos de inflación, salió un poco más caliente de lo esperado, esperaban 0.2% incremento mensual, fue lo que obtuvieron en la anual, pero me parece que es la semana, es más, saben que no les quiero mentir, aquí tengo los números, ¿para qué les digo mentiras? Entonces, déjenme rápidamente los veo y se los doy exactamente como debe ser, caramba. Vamos a ver, aquí los tengo. Inflación. Tío. Ok, CPI month over month, que es mes a mes, un incremento de 0.2%, que es justamente lo que estaba esperándose. El core CPI, que mes a mes estamos esperando el mismo 0.2%, pero viene un poco más caliente en 0.3%. El CPI anual, year over year, estamos esperando 2.4% y vino en 2.6%. Y el CPI core anual, year over year, esperábamos 3.3% y vino tal cual 3.3%, que eso para todo el mundo, yo creo que tenemos que poner atención a esto. Mucha gente me está preguntando, ok, si estás viendo que la inflación está repuntando un poco, eso quiere decir que entonces probablemente no vayan a bajar tipos y vaya a afectar eso. Estamos en este momento, en mi opinión, en un mercado completamente irracional, donde vamos a empujar hasta el tope de los precios y vamos a empujarlo con nada que ver con la realidad. Esto es un rally para finalizar el gran pompazo y personalmente creo que de acuerdo a la nueva política monetaria de cuando entre Trump, esto va a cambiar y este rally no va a continuar siendo uno de esos como el del 2021, 2020, 2021 que duró bastante tiempo. Yo creo que este va a ser un poco más rápido, pero con un tope mucho más exagerado. Es lo que personalmente creo. Y ahora esto es completamente especulación, no sabemos. Lo único que podemos hacer es ir tabla a tabla checándolo. Lo que sí les quiero enseñar en este momento es mi Twitter. Y la razón por la que les quiero enseñar mi Twitter es para que vean esto. Número uno, el día de ayer se los puse y les dije a todos ustedes esto. El gran Elon Musk, o no sí lo puse, es el de los ojitos. Aquí está. No, ese es el mío, bla, bla, bla. No puede ser, Alejandro. No puede ser. Aquí está. Aquí está Elon Musk diciendo que, déjenme asegurarme que lo estoy compartiendo. Sí, ok. Ah, cabrón, se me olvidó mandarle el enlace a Farhan y Alex, con razón no llegaban. Ok. Eh, Aquí lo que Elon Musk está diciendo es que Estados Unidos se va a ir o se va a volver o un gobierno eficiente o Estados Unidos se va a ir a la bancarrota. Y eso es lo que va a hacer y me gustaría estar mal, pero es cierto. Esta es una. Después tienes también, oh, vean este tío. También tiene, bueno, la señal de Rivian. También tienes al gran Donald Trump diciéndole a Javier Milei, usted es mi presidente favorito. Otra cosita. Y una vez que esto pasó, justamente ayer, me parece que fue ayer, entre ayer y hoy, Elon Musk Donald Trump oficialmente le dijo a absolutamente todo el mundo que, que Elon Musk y Vivek Ramaswamy son los que iban a estar encargados de DOGE, el Departamento de las Eficiencias Gubernamentales. Y han estado poniendo todas las cosas en las que nos estamos gastando dinero, que es una absoluta ridiculez, ¿ok? Les voy a enseñar un par de ellas porque la comedia está en altos históricos. Una vez más, fue lo que prometí cuando les dije que la presidencia de Trump venía. Les dije que esto era inevitable. La comedia en todo all-time highs. Ok, ¿por qué necesitamos un gobierno un departamento de eficiencia de gobierno? En el 2020, el gobierno de Estados Unidos se gastó $4.5 millones para rociar ratas alcohólicas con meada de gato salvaje. Creen que es palo, pero es literalmente lo que dice acá. La que sigue, esta es una belleza, ¿ok? Pone, ¿por qué estamos gastando tanto dinero en buscar cosas que tengan que ver con el SIDA en monos transgénero? Es en serio. National Institute of Health to house, feed, and look monkeys in South Carolina who are sent to labs. Ok, entonces, el Instituto Nacional de Salud se gastó $33.2 millones solamente para poner a estos changos, que por cierto, nada de esto cuesta eso. Si tuvieras que poner una guardería de monos, te prometo no tendrías que gastarte $33.2 millones, pero es lo que hicieron para una guardería de monos. Abajo, U.S. Agency for International Development to Promote Tourism to Egypt. Estados Unidos gastándose literalmente random $6 millones. Ellos, Estados Unidos, para promover el turismo a Egipto. ¿Dónde está el beneficio para Estados Unidos para promover el turismo a Egipto? Pero bueno, Egipto. Después, Defense Department on Lobster Tank. Así es, se gastaron $8,395 el Departamento de Defensa en un tanque de langostas. Si alguno de ustedes tiene pescado, sabe cuánto cuesta poner un tanque, no cuesta nada que ver eso. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, la institución que está encargada de ver las alergias y todas las infecciones, está estudiando el SIDA en monos transgénero por $500,000. Y abajo, Small Business Administration, la administración de los negocios pequeños. En COVID, relief to major music acts, the touring companies, including Post Malone, Chris Brown, Steve Aoki, Smashing Pumpkins, a ellos les dieron $200 millones durante COVID. Entonces podrán entender por qué están un poco hasta la madre de gastar todas estas cosas. Aquí hay otra que está buenísima. En esta propuesta de gobierno, $1.2 trillones para gastar, 850,000 para gastar en casas, hogares para viejitos de retiro que son gay, $850,000. 15 millones a pagar para ¿cómo se dice? Para grados de educación para egipcios, $15 millones. $400,000 para grupos activistas gay que enseñen a pequeños niños en elementary school acerca de ser trans. Están gastando $400,000 para educar a los niños para que vean lo que es ser trans. Yo me imaginaría que puedes invitar a cualquier güey que sea trans y que venga a dar una plática, pero hay que pagar $400,000. Entonces empiezas a ver todas estas estupideces y dices, ok, algo tenemos que hacer, tío. Y eso es lo que va a pasar. Muy probablemente vayamos a recortar el gasto de gobierno y eso nos vaya a llevar al traste. Otra cosa que apoya esta teoría es sencillamente que el hecho que todo el mundo, pregúntale a cualquiera, todo el mundo, y normalmente cuando todo el mundo está de un lado en un trade, recuerden que normalmente estamos mal, todo el mundo está apostando que Donald Trump va a ser inflacionario para la economía, que yo antes estaba de acuerdo hasta que vi lo que están armando. Igual y no están haciendo eso, igual y no van a hacer esto. Este es el gran, a ver qué pasa. Pero bueno, ya estamos acá, estamos listos. Tengo a Alex por acá a punto de entrar y estoy esperando a Farhan para empezar con el casino del tío Salo. Lo que sí es, vamos a empezar rápidamente por acá. Les quiero compartir es esto. Ayer, damas y caballeros, en X, vamos a poner esto rápido por acá, les di la batiseñal. Les dije, esto fue noviembre 12, la batiseñal de Rivian, lo pueden ver por acá, para todos ustedes. Ok, batiseñal, estamos listos para ir a atacar Rivian. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo en este momento? Ah, perdón, discúlpeme, no estaba compartiendo esa pantalla de la batiseñal. Share this tab instead. Pueden ver, ojo, Rivian se viene y es la batiseñal. Esto fue el 12 de octubre. Impresionante, impresionante. Y les comparto eso porque quiero que vean el dildo tan gigantescamente verde que acaba de pintar Rivian el día de hoy. Honestamente, no sé ni por qué. O sea, yo solamente estaba viendo la tabla. Esta es una vela que hasta ahorita estamos arriba 25%. Si solamente entraste ayer, ¿no? Si solamente entraste ayer, estás arriba 25%. Al día de hoy, muchísimas felicidades a todos ustedes que tomaron el trade. También mandamos esto en las alertas de Elite Trading Academy. Así que bien, bien, bien. Empieza esto a pintar muy bien y es a lo que voy. Ahora, mucha gente dice, pero esto de la inflación y no bajar tanto los intereses va a afectar el precio de Rivian. Va a afectar, esto va a acabar mal para todos a cierto punto. Pero por ahora tenemos que tomar lo que estamos viendo, esta ruptura de esta tendencia alcista a la alza. Estamos viendo cómo nuestra siguiente resistencia que vamos a encontrar va a estar en 13.13. Atención a esos niveles. Yo esta posición, que quede claro, esta posición lo quiero poner en papel, es a largo plazo. Ahora, si veo que esto explota ridículamente y veo que va a haber desinflación, voy a vender completamente. Pero esta es mi posición a largo plazo en Rivian. No creo, tal vez no veamos estos niveles una vez más. Así que estoy contento con ello. Sir, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Enjoying this little pumpity pump?
Oh, dude, I'm enjoying the pumpity pump all around. Look at that Rivian candle, dude. Wow. The Hamas setup remains undefeated.
Whoa. It's just like explosive every time.
It is. And a lot of people were asking, because I was saying on Twitter that we need to patent the Hamas setup and also the Nagasaki setup. Someone was asking what the Nagasaki setup is. It's when you get that same setup on the other side and it goes down. That's the Nagasaki setup, everybody. Exactly. They're still both explosive and both will make you money. It's just one towards the upside, one towards the downside. Gentlemen, I'm excited to get this going right now. Lots of price action to analyze. Let me see what people want on Elite Trading Academy right now, what they want to see. 1 second. Let me just log in into my panel. And all right, we got people right here in the chat. We're live. Everybody, welcome. Good morning. Okay, so on real time, can we start on real time how to trade? Can we see Rivian on real time, how to trade it? Okay, let's look at Rivian. Sure. We're looking at Rivian right now, but let's look at Rivian first, and then we're going to go into, I believe it's Bitcoin. Sorry, I got 39 million tabs open right now. Yeah, Bitcoin right after.
Cool.
So, Alex, you got, this is it, the Solamis. the Rivians. Let's go.
Okay, let's get the bands off. It's going to be kind of clustering. Let's take this, because we've now blasted through the zone. And let's backtrack here and do it on a daily. And so, this dump here was pretty aggressive. And keep in mind, volatility was giving us the same setup, but just not at as many zero volatility days as this setup is, telling me that this is going to be bigger. We know two things. So that daily EMA 100 and that SMA 200 on the daily is pretty strong resistance for Rivian. That was basically guiding our short bias before we had that 30% dump. I talked about when we were coming down to this $10 zone, this is the area bulls want to hold. We don't want to see this get lost because if we do, we run the risk of us going lower to that $8 zone. We had the daily volatility, but we also had a 2-day volatility, something we didn't have or I guess we did have it here too, but just like the daily, more zero volatility days telling me it's a bigger setup. So we gave the Academy long right at around the $10 zone, and it made sense because we go to the daily. This was kind of telling me or guiding my bias. You know, this daily EMA 21 kept holding this price down, especially that 34. That's why I like using the 9, the 21, and the 34, almost like a range here. And we see anytime we would reclaim the 9, we'd rally up to the 34 and it would reject. You know, and then this rejected the 21, leading to a breakdown, which was a quick SFP. When we break major support for like a day and then quickly spring back up and reclaim it, leaving, you know, shorts trapped and longs kind of sidelined. During the stream, you know, I talked about if we're going to reclaim essentially this EMA 34, we then want to look at any pullback to that $10.50 zone as an opportunity. And that kind of guided my bias for the Academy long I gave yesterday during pre-market. And so what we can see here is we dumped nicely to that daily EMA 9, but still held above the 9, the 21. But, you know, we did find resistance to the 34, so it wasn't as clean. And that's why having a stop was really, really important. That's why when I longed this, my stop was around $10.20. I figured if we're going to come back down and break this wick low, we're probably going to end up going back down to $10. And at that point, we really have to question if this volatility is going to start expanding down. But luckily for us, this trade, you know, played out perfectly. We went down, held the EMAs, we positioned right at 1050, stop never got ran, and then we see we had a nice pump. We talked about this $12.30 region being major resistance, and it still is, even though price wicked nicely above. And keep in mind, you know, from this point up 6%, right? And that's why I was pretty keen to the Academy, if you're listening, to not get too greedy with this. You know, we talked about $12.30 being the full TP zone, you know, which is still nothing to be shy of, 18% move. You know, and we're giving these stock trades out, talking about an 18% move is pretty insane. And so the fact that we full TP and then we even almost hit TP 2, I believe, because I then ended up updating it. And so TP2 and TP3 updated because I figured, well, the daily's firing off, the 2 days most likely about to fire off. And if this is freshly firing off, which is now currently happening, you know, do we really stop at $12.30? And that's why my bias was more towards that $13 to maybe even all the way to $13.70 to just close the trade. And so now today we want to really watch closely the daily. You ideally want the Rivian daily to just simply close back above the SMA 200. If we start losing that and falling below it, it's going to be slightly concerning because bulls, with all the steam they had and with volatility supporting the move up, should have held that major support level. On top of it, reclaiming a major moving average on Rivian, something we haven't been able to do since coming down, and it's been a rejection zone. So ideally, if you're bullish, you just want $12 and, you know, 20 cents, $12.30 to hold on a daily close. You know, that way we've now reclaimed the EMA 100, the SMA 200, but also this major meme line support I have on Rivian. That would be a nice logical SR flip for me to look for something maybe like this. Maybe we'll even, like, assuming we get the close, right? It closes back above 1230. Maybe we open up on a quick flush. Do we test that EMA 100 right around $12 on like a wick basis and then start going up, testing that $13.70 zone? That $13.70 zone is going to be a pretty big spot for Rivian. You know, it's approaching essentially that EMA 34 reclaim on the weekly. And it's also just a major point, you know, that Rivian on the weekly likes to reject. We get these big moves up from $10. You know, as Alejandro has mentioned, big squeezes happen with Rivian, 35%, but they usually fizzle out and they don't, you know, lead to anything constructive. This is a little different though, because it's nice to see that it is healthily above the 9, which would be a shift for me, considering we haven't really been above the 9 since we lost it back in July. And so that's going to be really welcoming to see. Obviously, this is closing in 2 days, so it's just going to be really important to ideally see where the daily closes, because then that'll bleed into the weekly, possibly supporting price action above that EMA 34 I mentioned. You know, which would be a nice flip. We've been heavily under it for months. We've now rallied up, held it, and then, you know, from that point, you should just expect some retest. Right now, there's no trade on Rivian though, or there's no short, because you're running the risk of us actually reclaiming these major moving averages on the daily and us going back up to $13.70. you really shouldn't be considering shorting this until we're at least back under the daily EMA 100 and rejecting it, proving to you that, yes, it's still resistance. And, this still kind of, we're looking at this as more like a liquidity grab for, shorts that basically shorted this breakdown right here. And then you just kind of want it to kind of stop right here, essentially. That's why I think it's really important to, if you're long on the trigger, to move your stops and profit. If not full, you would have already full TP'd here when TP1 and TP2 hit. You really can't, discount a 16% move for a stock. Especially when we're now seeing Tesla start to flip green. Then money starts cycling out of Tesla into Rivian. We got a nice squeeze on Rivian, something we talked about. It's just going to be really important to see where the daily closes. You just want, as a bull, daily closures back above 1230. Now, the monthly, again, we're just at a precarious spot. This is the spot where you'd expect bears to kind of reject. We quickly reclaimed that monthly 9. We lost it. We rejected from there, telling me that this rejection means that this monthly 9's resistance. That's why it's going to be really important for, as traders not to get too FOMO and start longing up here until we get more confirmation, which will, in my opinion, be the daily, reclaiming the SMA 200 or $12.30, which then will bleed into the weekly, ideally reclaiming the 34. And then at that point, then we can start maybe talking about the monthly actually flipping the 9 back. We get all those things, especially with the monthly reclaiming the 9. That's kind of the spot where Rivian likes to go up. And there really hasn't been many times in Rivian's history where it's actually reclaimed and held the monthly 9. It busts on through and we get closures, but anytime we retested it, it tends to fail. This one failed and then busted through, tried to retest it, and it failed. This one busted through, tried to retest it, but again, failed. And so mentally, we really want to be careful about, again, that $12 and, $12.80 zone, maybe to $13.80. It's just going to be really important to see where this monthly closes. It's looking quite good. This pump was very expected, in my opinion. But now we just kind of want to see bulls hold and defend this level. Pullbacks expected, especially when we look at the lower time frames. If it wants to load, we see here, I know people like using that SMA 200 on lower time frames. I always prefer using it on a daily or above. But in this example, you can just see we're catching resistance there. And also what I was mentioning on the 4 hours, volatility is kind of getting to the point where it can obviously go up a little higher. But, on this point with Rivian, with the 4-hour volatility, this is kind of the point where we like to roll over. And ideally reset it. So it's just going to be really important to see what happens with Rivian today. If we start losing this zone here and just kind of wicking above, losing that EMA 100, I'm going to be cautious at another move back to maybe $10.80. And then there it'll be a decision maker. Does Rivian then start, forming the structure like the higher low structure we've seen? Does it come down, catch support on the major moving average right at that 34, and then come on and then bust through, retest the moving averages on the daily for that $13? Maybe. But until then, we want this to hold. We kind of want it just to consolidate right here now, especially when we see the 2-day expanding. You really shouldn't be, in my opinion, shorting, but you also shouldn't be FOMO longing this. The easy longs were right around $10.50. That's kind of where the maximum financial opportunity was. So really mindful of that. I don't really see it. In my opinion, Rivian seems like it wants to go higher. We're just catching some resistance where we'd expect it to. It's going to hinge on the daily, reclaiming $12.30. And then all eyes essentially on the weekly if the daily starts to give us the closing. And that's kind of it. We're just at resistance now. And in layman terms, we're at resistance. You don't really want to be longing here. You kind of want to start de-risking longs, right? Not spot bags for investments, but at least trading wise, this is the area to kind of de-risk. TP1 and TP2 already hit for the Academy. It's rare to see these trades of over 20% play out in literally under 24 hours, but that's the market we're in. And it's great. And, it pays to be kind of prepared and watch closely.
Absolutely. And that's fucking dead spot on. I'd say I'd add one more piece of confluence to this. This is a weekly chart just so that we can clean it up a little bit. You know how we've been coming and finding resistance against this mean line that's coming down. All right. So this is shoulder, head, shoulder. And you can use actually this as the as the resistance. And now if you measure it, and I'm Mickey Mousing this, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Just literally putting it right here and then going, you know, we're here. Look at this, the $21 zone becomes like a target for this, which would be a higher high, a lower high, etc., which probably would give us continuation, but we got to play it one step at a time. But the EMA 100's right around that zone, around the $20. So this pump might be a good one. I'll be paying attention to that area.
Especially with the 2-week freshly firing off, you know, the daily could start slightly rolling over. It doesn't tell me volatility is capping out yet. But when the 2-day is freshly giving off the signal, you know, I still think Rivian can have more upside. It's just going to be really dependent on if bulls reclaim $12.30 for more immediate upside. If they end up kind of closing back under that EMA 100, we probably go back to that daily EMA 34, which is still around $11.08. So even if the Academy has stops break even and they kind of want to hold it for the long run, you still theoretically should not get stopped out. And if we do run the stop and we go back to like 1050, you know, then it is slightly concerning, you know, especially with the wick and where we kind of rejected. And then all eyes on hopefully the daily 9 holding. If it starts losing the daily 9, I'm going to be looking at this as just a lower high.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an interesting. This is going to be an interesting move. At least we got 25% today. Let's see.
Yeah, no, I can't. Right. No, at least it played out. Academy got, you know, paid. We've been talking about this setup for a very long time. That's why, you know, it's just good for people who've been following us for a while. Like patience is really just key for trading. You know, we talked about the dump. We talked about the scenario where if you're bullish, you just want Rivian to consolidate at $10. You don't want it to lose that level. Super simple. And that's literally what it did. It reset volatility. And now bulls are pushing up again. So patience really just paid with this trade.
Really exciting. Really, really exciting. Thank you, sir. The one thing well, next is Bitcoin. So I'm sure Farhan will start and then I'll do Rivian right now. Vale, pues nos pregunta, ¿cómo se llama? Mi queridísima Teresa Hernández. Podemos ver Rivian y cómo puedes hacer un trade en tiempo real. Es un poco difícil hacer un trade en tiempo real simplemente porque estás empujando, estás presionando a lo que está pasando en este momento en la tabla. Quiero empezar en Rivian con la tabla mensual para que ustedes la vean. Vamos a ir, ¿saben qué? Vamos a empezar por la de 4 horas. Esta vez vamos a empezar al revés para que lo puedan ver justamente lo que Alex estaba hablando. Vamos a abrir acá nuestros indicadores de volatilidad y pueden ver que estamos a punto de tocar el tope en ellos. Este es el BBWP. Normalmente a Rivian le gusta topar en 98.41% y en las 4 horas tiene todavía camino para subir, pero para que sepas, aquí podría existir resistencia para la volatilidad. Eso quiere decir seguir empujando el precio a corto plazo. Pero de nuevo, todavía tiene camino para correr para arriba, así que tienes que estar alerta en esto. Vale, puedes ver que el precio topó en el promedio de las 100, el promedio de las 200 y rechazó. Pero habíamos por aquí abajo podido aguantar el promedio de la 9 para literalmente rebotar a Valhalla, que fue lo que vimos por acá. Acá estás viendo cómo tuvimos esta tocada al promedio de la 100, venimos para abajo, dejamos que toda esta zona fuera una zona de consolidación de precio y una vez que bajaron todas las bandas, el precio rompió varios de estos resistencias, luego fue rechazado, aguantó en la 9 y el 55 y ¡pum! Nos fuimos hasta acá rápidamente a tocar los $13 con esta vela tan potente que tenemos el día de hoy. Pero de nuevo, esta es una vela de 4 horas. Vamos a la diaria para que vean el movimiento en la diaria. En la diaria estamos parados aún mejor. La 200 está justamente en los 12.20. Estamos ahorita cotizando en 12.26, que nos pone por encima de. Podemos ver que el 9 está por encima del amarillo. O sea, el promedio de las 9 encima del 21 nos indica fuerza. Vamos a ir a buscar este corte, este cruce plateado a la alza, elevando estos y manteniendo este 55 por acá. Pero nos interesa ver si podemos romper este nivel de los 12.20. Aquí en los 12.20 hay 2 trades, porque estás preguntando, Tere, ¿qué puedes hacer? Puedes, y esto no lo recomiendo absolutamente para nadie, puedes agarrar en el retroceso a los 12.20 y hacer un long, porque eso te daría una invalidación sencilla con el promedio de los 100, que está en el 11.98. Si pierdes eso, pues muy probablemente vayas a continuar cayendo más y olvídate de tu long. Y puedes hacer un corto también acá. Puedes hacer un corto o acá arriba en esta resistencia en 13.29, o puedes hacer un corto una vez que el precio regrese o donde está tal cual y regrese acá. Lo malo de eso es que tu invalidación está muy arriba. Tu invalidación está en los 13.10. Entonces no lo recomendaría para nada. Si yo fuera a entrar en corto, lo intentaría hacer aquí en los 13.31. Ahora vamos a ver cómo se ve la volatilidad. Vemos el setup de Hamas. Para la gente que no sepa qué es el setup de Hamas, es un setup explosivo. Tenemos días de no volatilidad y cuando tienes no volatilidad, esperas a que la volatilidad cruce el 15%. Lo podemos ver acá. El 15% es esta línea roja. Una vez que la volatilidad cruza y está expandiendo, si el precio va para arriba, el movimiento empujará hacia arriba más fuerte. Si el precio va para abajo, la volatilidad va a empujar el precio para abajo. Te empujó en la dirección para arriba, lo que te dice que es un movimiento de dirección, pero la fuerza de ese tipo de setups, por eso le llamamos el setup de Hamas, que es un poco lo que vimos en el setup de Bitcoin, etcétera, son fortísimos para el momentum de la acción. Nos vamos a la semanal para que también quitarle un poco de ruido a esto. Y en la semanal podemos ver cómo estamos por encima del promedio de las 21, que está en los 12.03, y encima del 9, bastante bien, 11.33. Vamos a empezar a retomar estos niveles y muy probablemente darnos una vuelta a esta zona de los 14.32. Si hay continuación, ¿dónde sería tu invalidación de que vamos a continuar subiendo? Básicamente en el tope de esta vela, en esta zona más o menos de los 13.30. Si llegas a no poder subir ahí, empieza a caer y empieza a perder estos promedios, ahí es donde deberías de preocuparte. En la diaria, lo que queremos aguantar para todos los que somos alcistas en Rivian es el 200. Si podemos aguantar el 200, eso sería una muy buena señal de que esto va a tener continuación. Ahora, cada que rompes, y esto es extra de lo que dijo Alex, cada que rompes una resistencia como lo hicimos acá, y vas acá y trepa acá, hay posibilidad de que vengas a rebotar acá. Y eso también coincide con cerrar este gap que existe acá. Y eso te podría dar la continuación del movimiento. Para oportunidades de entrada, yo lo haría una vez que venga a retestear esta zona. Si viene a retestear la zona de los 11, ¿qué son? 11.50 a $11, aquí yo agregaría mi posición larga. Eso es lo que personalmente yo haría. Recuerden que soy un imbécil y solamente hagan caso a Alex y a Farhan. Por favor, se lo ruego. Pero se ve muy bien Rivian. O sea, ahí tienes todas las opciones, colores y sabores. Es muy difícil saber, obviamente, en temporalidades muy altas qué exactamente va a pasar, pero vean esta formación, el breakout, y vamos a ver si podemos superar esta zona de los 13.30, que es tan esencial para Rivian, y de ahí a los 15. Pero tenemos varias confluencias acá, rápidamente para cerrar esto, que fue algo que le enseñé a Alex. No le enseñé, se lo demostré nada más. Acá tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Normalmente cuando tienes este tipo de formaciones, ese es el fondo. Y este es hombro, 1, cabeza hasta acá y hombro. Y la línea es básicamente esta línea, esta resistencia. Y el objetivo de eso es más o menos donde está el promedio de las 100 en la semanal, o en la de 2 semanas el del 55. Y eso nos pone por ahí de los $20. Eso sería... Y ahora, no quiero que se ceguen con la posibilidad de hacer un 100% en este trade. No es lo que estoy buscando. Solamente quiero que sepan que existe esta zona y que tiene cara de que está llamando al precio. Es todo. Vale, pues eso fue Rivian. Who's going to start with Bitcoin?
With the Bitcoin, we're going to mint them. We're going to make them. We love the Bitcoin. We make the best Bitcoin.
I'll share my screen.
So a little Bitcoin is what everybody needs. They love the Bitcoin. Everybody loves it.
That's pretty good. It's getting better.
The last part, I really felt like I got a little bit of it. I got on that train. Thank you, boys. Thank you. I'm going to continue to work on this for our president.
Yeah, so maybe if he's feeling sick one day, you can fill in.
Exactly.
I will gladly do it. There's no doubt about it. I'll be right there for every American.
So on the, do I want to do the monthly or the quarterly? I'll do the quarterly. So right now on the quarterly, the reason why we are finding somewhat of a stop here is because we've just tapped the quarterly top 38.2%, which is at $91,983. This would be a logical area to find some resistance, because if we blast past this, we usually go up towards the 61.8 without much pullbacks at all. And right now the 61.8 is sitting at $108,000. So I don't, and that lines up with my previous bias that we're not going to just go straight to $100,000. So usually, and so that's why it makes sense that we are finding like resistance here. We're working with very low levels on volatility though. We're only at 33%. So if the bulls do manage to push through this 38.2 area and get like even a daily close over $92,000, I think that's where the volatility is going to start expanding, and we're probably going to go to the hundreds, to be honest, or before any like real significant pullbacks. And then maybe from there we get like that huge $20,000 candle all the way down to like 77K to fill the CME gap. And then at that point, I think we would go well beyond $100,000. I think we would go to somewhere between 115 to 120s. But before you guys get all your what do you call it, pants creamed up and get too excited, like probably can take a long time to play out, and maybe it doesn't even play out. Who knows? It's just me throwing some ideas out there. I don't have any data to back that up or much data at all. Right now on the monthly, we are over the median, which gives us a target of the 38.2. If we get a close over the median, we have 17 days and 9 hours to go. Our momentum is breaking up to the upside. It's about to enter into the bullish control zone, while volatility is still declining. So that gives us a target of the median, which we've already hit. If we close over it, then this volatility will start expanding. And since we're at such low levels, we're at 30%. That volatility expansion will easily take us towards this 50% area. And what is that number right now? 107,770, right next to $108,000. And then the 61.8%, if we continue there with volatility expansion, that would be that 130 number I was looking at before. 2 week right now is currently at the 61.8%. The last time we closed over the 61.8% was back here in November of 2023 on the Hamas setup. That is currently at $90,763. We get a close over that, then statistically we should hit the 78.6. But the difference is though that when we closed over it in November of 2023, the 78.6 was much lower. We actually got to the point of this when we did hit the 78.6 where the 88.3 was. So if you look at the 88.3 right now, $133,000. Weekly is also over the 61.8. Momentum is entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility is pointed up. The jewel is in the bullish control zone over the pink and the yellow. So as long as we get a close over this area at 87,365, we should see continuation towards the upside somewhere around that 88.3, which is at $108,000. It seems so crazy to me just to say these numbers. Feels so dirty saying, yeah, $130,000. Like, okay, bro, okay, put the crack pipe down.
Somehow it's real.
It's real. Like Elon said, the most entertaining outcome is the most likely.
Which, by the way, it's happening right now with the Dutch thing. It's ridiculous.
Have you seen how people on Twitter and Instagram are losing their shit over the Department of Government Efficiency, talking about we're cooked, the US is over. Damn, you guys really hate efficiency, huh?
Can I say something? It's incredible. But by the way, this obviously comes from the ignorance of people, which God bless them. But the fact that anyone thinks a career politician is better than a businessman and probably the greatest business mind of all time, it shows you how stupid they are.
But you know what they use against that, right? They're like, oh, but Elon bought Twitter 2 years ago and ran it 80% down from its value. But it was never worth $44 billion. So what value are you talking about? Yeah,
I mean, and by the way, you're going to grab the one company that is under, whereas all of the others are making a tremendous amount. But I mean, get the fuck out of here.
They do the same thing about Trump too. So like, oh, he had 6 bankruptcies, so he's going to bankrupt America. Yes, 6 bankruptcies out of what, 600 companies? That's a 10% failure rate. How many people have a 10% failure rate? Not too many.
No.
10% failure rate is pretty fucking awesome.
It's insane. Yeah, I wish I had that.
On the but they're just stupid. That's why. Otherwise, they wouldn't be begging for government handouts, right?
That's right.
On the 5-day, momentum is heavily within the bullish control zone. We still got a bit more to go before it's topped out, and the volatility is getting pretty high. It's at 89%. We still can go a decent amount more before it's topped out. We are currently at the 88.3. it might be enough to get up to the 95%, to be honest, with the volatility and momentum setup, which is currently at $96,000. 2-day is also at the 88.3, while momentum and volatility are well within the bullish control zone. Still got a bit more to go, though, before they're topped out. That could take us towards this 95%, which is also currently at $96,000. Daily right now is getting some nice expansion off of this reconnect with this 5 EMA right here. We're currently just brushing up this 95%. 95% is at $91,870. The momentum is starting to come down a little bit on the daily, and volatility is coming down too. So if we do get a correction, which this could technically have been the correction if with how bullish we are right now, I just want to see us close over the 95%. If we close over the 95%, then I'm gonna be like, all right, this tiny little move we had right here was the extent of our correction, and we're gonna continue from here. But if we close over the 95%, we're probably gonna go to first stop 94s, and then from there 100K.
This is insane. I can't believe we made it, and we're alive here looking at Bitcoin almost getting to $100,000. It's crazy.
Yeah. Imagine all the people who said that we were retards for buying Bitcoin at 20K and under.
Say that again?
Imagine how the people feel who said we were retards for buying Bitcoin at 20K and under.
I'm so jealous. I didn't. I bought at 28. 28 was my entry. Solana was 17, but Bitcoin I was in at 28, which is the Hamas setup. I took the Hamas setup, and the rest is history.
Hey, it takes a lot more skill to get in right before the massive pump than it does this dollar cost average while it's down.
In a way, that's also what I tell people. Do you rather just sit and see everything like for a year go sideways, or maybe you're not buying in the bottom, but man, in the next 3 weeks, you're going to get like a billion% in your money.
Well, that's just much more difficult to do.
Oh, it's so hard. And by the way, especially back then, I had no idea what the Hamas setup was. I just saw that monetary mass was inflating like crazy.
We got to trademark this shit, the Hamas setup.
Yeah.
Make t-shirts with it.
Yes.
At the same time.
I'm going to tell Belen. We'll make hats and t-shirts.
Swipe X Hamas setup.
Sorry, go on.
The 4 hour is also entering the bullish control zone at 87%. Volatility is 87%, so we could continue a little bit higher. The jewel is starting to turn around too, which is so crazy to me, seeing a momentum at such extreme levels, and the jewel is already giving us another potential buy signal right here. It's like, are we literally in vertical mode, up only, no pullbacks? Bears get taken to Auschwitz? I'm sorry, I don't know if I can make that joke or not.
That depends on people listening to it. Wait, why are you in Boeing? Oh, because you're checking RSI and all that stuff.
All right, monthly bouncing right, or exactly what we were looking at before, right at the edge of the bullish critical zone, and volatility is starting to expand now as well. From pretty low levels, from 20%, we're getting volatility expansion. Last time we got volatility expansion from that level was the Hamas setup. And the time before that was the dump of the bear market in 2022. And as of right now, momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $80,350, which we're about like $10,000, $11,000 above that right now. So
yep,
not too bad, not too bad.
Healthy.
Mike Novogratz says there's a low possibility of a Bitcoin reserve. Yeah, well, this dumbass has a Luna tattoo on his arm, so who the fuck cares what he thinks?
That's a great way of sidelining yourself with your opinion.
He literally tattooed Luna on his arm with a wolf.
Jesus.
Yeah, I remember.
2 week is expanding from extreme lows on volatility, multiple periods of extreme lows, five periods of extreme lows, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $64,900. The last time we ever got this type of setup with the expansion, volatility expansion from these extreme lows and momentum flipping up and rejecting getting kicked out of the bullish control zone was the Hamas setup. Weekly as well, multiple periods of very, very extreme lows on volatility, literally 0%. We're at 63% now, so we can still continue a good amount from here. And the momentum is going to be pointed up and entering the bullish critical zone as long as you're above 78,400, basically. So if we do continue from here, we already got like this. I had a fib drawn from the last stream. We're currently at the 1.618 extension, which is your first target after closing over the 78.6. If we close over this, our next target becomes the 2.618. Right now, the 2.618 sits at $113,000. We have about 4 days, 9 hours to go to close over $88,300 to activate that leg to 113. 5-day pointed up, expanding volatility from extreme lows. Volatility at 77%, momentum pointed up as long as we're above $88,375. 2-day. See, two-day volatility is at pretty extreme levels right now. It is at 96%. Geez. So we have about 4% more that we can go on volatility before it gets topped out. And then at that point, I would kind of expect some consolidation. But right now, I don't even know, to be honest, because Bitcoin's on full retard mode and is just disregarding extreme volatility, extreme momentum, all that. And it's like, fuck your indicators, I'm going up.
Yeah, it's being like a total dick. It doesn't want people to get on it, because once you get on it, they dump you, and then they quickly get past that level.
Yeah, they get you to panic sell after buying the local top, and then once you're out and you've taken your loss, then they pump it.
Yeah, and fast.
Yeah, very aggressively. Daily is at 2 periods of 100% volatility. The moving average is not quite up there yet. It's at 93.65%. Once that gets up there, that's when now technically you should be looking for some consolidation and pullback. But who knows if Bitcoin cares about technically. Right now, momentum is also going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over $90,200. Once we start flipping down, though, that's when we should expect our consolidation. Last time we flipped down on daily momentum was in October of 2024, right before we got our little pullback from like $69,000 all the way down to about 64, 65. Which is, even then, like, that wasn't a big pullback at all. So if we flip down from here, maybe we go back down to like 88, 87.
Yeah, 87 is a nice support zone for me.
Volatility is currently contracting on the 4-hour from extreme levels, multiple periods of 100%. Now volatility is at 83%. We are going to flip up on momentum, however, if we close and bouncing off of the critical zone. If we close over $92,250, which is insane to see momentum flipping up while volatility is contracting. That would probably tell you like the closest thing to a pullback that we'd get is probably just consolidation. Let's go to Tether.
It's fucking leaving us out of the trade.
Yeah. Leaving everybody behind. Tether is currently breaking down. It's losing this meme line right here, and then the next level I would have after that would be somewhere in this area, right around low 3s or high 2s, and volatility is still contracting. We're going to flip down on momentum, and we're going to stay within the bearish control zone as long as we're closing below 4.55%. So very likely in the next 17 days, 9 hours, this is going to flip back down. And then once that flips down within the bearish control zone, we're going to get a dump from there. We're going to get probably a Nagasaki setup from there. All the way down to the high 2s. You draw a meme line. Fuck. There we go. That's somewhere around the region I'd expect it to go if we lose this bottom meme line right here. The 2-week currently is also losing the meme line. First area I would expect somewhat of a bounce, though, is this 200 SMA at 3.5%, but I don't think that would hold because we're expanding from very, very low levels on volatility right now, and we're rejecting the bullish control zone, and we're going to be down as long as we're below 6.01%, which is significant from here. Hey, look, nice, 420. 6.1%, which is whenever you see the pivot so much higher than price action, it tells you that it's very bearish. And we're only at 15% on volatility. So we can easily go down on a 2-week time frame, go down towards that 2.5, 2.8% area while volatility is still expanding. Weekly, come on. Weekly is expanding from 9% volatility. We're currently at 51%. We're breaking into the bearish critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 5.17%. Looking very bearish. 5 days current. 5 days currently expanding from that same 8%. Yeah, 8% volatility. We're entering the bearish critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 4.32%. Looks like nothing but air until this bottom meme line.
And let me ask you something. Just looking at that, I'm sorry. Go back to your 5-day setup, just because I'm trying to learn here. When you're looking at volatility right there, it's making a higher low. It's already broken, or it's probably at resistance right now, or breaking the previous high. Is that a bullish setup also for volatility, or
no, not
it doesn't
really.
really matter?
No, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, thank you.
And the 5-day as well, didn't notice, it has a fresh silver cross to the downside.
Delicious.
Weekly, not quite. Weekly already silver cross back there, so it's still within it. The 5-day is giving you a fresh one. Last time we got a fresh silver cross to the downside was the Hamas setup.
You mean the Nagasaki for this asset?
Oh yeah, my bad. The Nagasaki setup. The Hamas setup on Bitcoin. 2-day currently closed below the meme line, back tested it, rejected it perfectly, and now we're getting a move down. This is telling me nothing but air until this meme line here. Volatility is at very extreme levels though, and momentum is about to freshly turn to the downside. I don't know right now if anything really cares about volatility, because it's been pushing extremes on volatility. So we can very likely do this where we stay at 100% for several days, weeks even.
Yeah, that's key to know.
Day is it the 4 hour? 4 hours currently contracting on volatility after hitting extreme lows. It hit 100% once, then it got the double extreme right here, which usually these things like to do, like they hit a one extreme and then hit the double extreme, and then from there you get the consolidation. And we're going to flip. Oh, actually, we're not even going to flip up. We were about to, but we've lost it. We're going to stay down as long as we're closing below 4.25%. So if you can go up a little bit more, like maybe 0.03%, 4%, we can hit that 4.25% number, but I wouldn't expect a bounce. I would just expect consolidation while volatility contracts. And I would also expect Bitcoin to consolidate. And then from there, I would expect the next leg up. Close it off on the RSI.
To see how many drives of hidden bullish divergence exist in all temporalities.
I already know there's going to be bearish divergence on Tether.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, right there. Third drive of a regular bearish divergence appearing on Tether, which would give us a target of this bearish control zone, which right now it doesn't even tell you because it's so low. Probably going to be in that 2% area. Nothing on the monthly, 2-week. Nope. I'm on sometime today. Some slight bearish divergence between these points, but it's kind of already played out because we've entered the bearish control zone. But from here, since volatility is still expanding, we should be looking towards the critical zone. This number is going to rise a little bit, but as of this moment, it's 1.54%. Five-day currently has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, which have been invalidated right here after we made a local top. Couldn't even do anything after that. All we did was retest the silver cross and reject. That's crazy. That many drives of hidden bullish divergence, and all we did was retest the silver cross.
Yeah, just for it to continue.
Nope. Now let's see if there's any divergences on Bitcoin. There's a little bit of hidden bullish divergence between for these higher lows right here, but it's not the most serious thing ever. We've basically already hit that because we're at $92,000. So come on, sometime
This
today.
shit's so bumpy. Like even the leading indicators are behind now.
From here to here also, because we made a higher low, but the RSI went lower than these points, there's multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence between here. So our target would be on confirmation somewhere around this bullish critical zone. And right now the critical zone, good fucking lord, is at $147,000. Weekly has a single drive bullish divergence in the bearish control zone. Our next target will be the critical zone. Critical zone is at 109. 5-day as well, bullish divergence. We've already hit the critical zone. Critical zone is at $87,000. We're expanding on volatility still. Daily also put in drive hidden bullish divergence. We've already hit the critical zone. We're at basically 100% volatility. The moving average is only at 87% though, so we can go a little bit more while the moving average catches up. 12 hours as well, multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, also multiple periods of 100% volatility. Six-hour hidden, multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. We're staying within the critical zone. That's crazy. You would usually expect, and we got a double extremes. You would expect a consolidation and pullback around here, but Bitcoin just doesn't care. 4-hour, multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Next target would be the critical zone. Critical zone is at 98,145. Looks like we're about to go to 100K, to be honest. Every single time frame I'm looking at, it's giving me uber bullish vibes and setups.
And kind of quick too, right?
Yeah. I'm not seeing any sign of really like bearishness other than the extreme volatility. And as of right now, Bitcoin doesn't really care about the volatility. So maybe we just chop solidate around here and slowly or aggressively grind up to $100,000 before any type of real pullback. And I think around 100,000 is going to be where retail gets lured in, and that's where the real mania phase is going to start. Like we saw once we broke in 2020 when we broke above $40,000, and everybody started climbing in, and then it quickly went from 40K to 65K. That's what I got for Bitcoin.
Say it again.
That's what I got for Bitcoin.
Oh, no, got it. Sorry, I thought he was Alex saying that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Lining up basically what Farn's saying, I was watching this channel here that was forming on the lower time frames. You know, it was kind of guiding the bias for the short. After we made this high on November 11th, we came all the way down. I made note of that EMA 21 tap. You know, it's hit 3 times here and it held. You know, I figured we'd probably rally back up, form some kind of lower high to trap shorts. That's where I took and gave the short on the Academy. It came down. We again TP'd at that daily or 2-hour EMA 21, which again lines up with the 4-hour EMA 9. And this kind of just, the reason I'm pointing this out is it just shows the strength of Bitcoin. I mean, this entire rally, we haven't lost a 4-hour EMA 9 even on that dump. And that's why if you're, you know, trying to get bearish or maybe catch a generational short, there really isn't a strong trigger to be like holding this and going swing short, in my opinion, until at least that 4-hour EMA 9, you know, gets lost and then actually rejects. And so for now, this was a valid channel. We got the breakout. This 4 hours closing soon in 19 minutes. And it's looking quite strong. You know, we want to kind of see where this closes, because we are pressing the 80% now, and that's at right at 91,193. Ideally, we can get a closure back above there, but if not, I want to see where this 50%, you know, moves, because ideally it moves up and it actually meets resistance here. This very, small meme line resistance I made, which is right around 89,500. I think if we can retest that, that could be possibly an opportunity. As it stands, though, you know, Bitcoin still going up, and its 2 week is closing, and this is going to be, you know, the highest 2 week candle we've ever experienced on Bitcoin. We see we're healthily above the 50%. Maybe opening on a pullback in the next 2-week candle wouldn't surprise me, just to test this 50% wherever it moves. Ideally, it moves up a little bit to actually, get the liquidity to go up to that 100K. The more I look at Bitcoin, the more it really looks like it wants to test 100K, which is pretty crazy because, if you've been here, that's kind of been a major spot for Bitcoin throughout the years, and it's going to be interesting to see the reaction there. One thing to note, though, is, and this is, closing in 17 days, we kind of want to see where this monthly median is, because that could kind of guide, at least somewhat of a pullback opportunity. When the monthly median gets reclaimed, after it was under it for 2 months, it would make sense to see where this goes. Ideally, it can match price more in the 80s. Currently, though, it's right at 70,674. So we'll have to see where that is. It's currently sitting right at Bitcoin's previous all-time high that it made right around March. So that obviously is closing, in 17 days, but that's just something I'm waiting for and I want to see. But again, everything to me is looking bullish. I agree with Farhan. The more I look at it, the more Bitcoin seems like it just wants to test 100K. Evident on the weekly, we had extreme low volatility on the weekly, which now we're expanding. We're only at 63.8%, and we can see we're just trekking along to hit the 80%, which is at 102,000. So no matter which way I see it, Bitcoin looks like it wants to test 100K. We're consistently, bullish, consolidating to break out. Even the lower time frames, like a 4-hour, so simply is holding the 9. One thing to note, though, is there is no long trigger right here. We just really want to wait and see kind of where these ranges move up. Because as Farhan mentioned, we can stay at extreme volatility for many, many sessions. Each one of these bars represents a day. But we see here we're now at 2 extreme volatility readings, while Bitcoin's still pressing the 95%. So bulls really want to see this step up for a chance to actually go up on the at least lower time frames, like within the weekend, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But if not, then consolidation would make sense. And that's kind of what also is guiding our short bias here. We saw that with BBWP, when it's generally on, this is a 4-hour, when the BBWP is above that, moving average here, usually is bull on. And then when we go under it, it constitutes some pullback. The short setup thesis was that we'd get some kind of pullback to reset the 4-hour volatility. And we see it is starting to come down, but Bitcoin's very strong. We'll have to see how much this really does contract, because as it stands with this 4-hour, this girthy green dildo, and it just made a new macro high.
92.
Yeah,
that's the level that Farhan wanted to reclaim before he continues to go up to the 100 area.
Doesn't seem like it wants to stop, and it'll be really important. So ideally, I want 91,200 to get reclaimed right at that 80%. But technically, as long as we're getting daily closures back above, especially that November 11th high at 89,940, it's still just bull mode, and Bitcoin doesn't look like it wants to stop. And these, yes, we can be at the 90-95%. These obviously can move up as it's been doing. So in short summary, right? Because there's really not much I can update other than what Farhan said. Bitcoin's looking really good. We would have known that on this 2-month. This was the first time the 2-month ever reclaimed that 2021 market cycle high. It was so relevant that I even tweeted about it. It perfectly held, and we got the expansion. It's really hard to be bearish here. And even I'm viewing the same thing as Farhan's viewing too, when we have a different setup. Tether dominance, if I take the HBDR off, yes, it's at extreme on the daily, but we're still nothing but air until 3.79%, which is interesting, because does that line up with Bitcoin possibly hitting 100K, getting some kind of consolidation, if not a bigger pullback, while Tether dominance gets at least a mean reversion bounce? Remember, from my meme support line, that's still 11% away. That would definitely put Bitcoin at 100,000. And then I, have to ask myself, is that when retail really starts to flood in, is when we break 100K?
Have you guys had anyone call you about Bitcoin? I haven't had a single person ask me.
I have my mom, but she's more intertwined with this, but my grandfather, who doesn't like crypto at all, is talking about how Trump's endorsing Bitcoin. Are you looking at Bitcoin? It's almost at 100K. Something I like mentally know. I was like, huh, he hates Bitcoin. So it's funny he's talking about it now. But no, I really haven't had any kind of major topping signal, at least in my book. Sentiment seems insane, but sentiment can keep being insane, especially as what we saw in the Hamas setup. When Bitcoin was just up only essentially. And that's why I don't really gauge tops with sentiment. I'm more just, let's see, more macro candlesticks, and we just kind of want to see if we get any kind of major rejection candles, like toppy candles, fat wicks, and currently that's not the case for Bitcoin. So in summary, I am not really getting anything but air for Tether dominance until 3.78. For me, with weekly expanding very healthily, only at 52%, this easily can come back down to about 11% dump. And then at that point, it wouldn't surprise me to get some kind of move like this.
Maybe the 2-week Hamas setup played, that it's expanding right now, right? Above the 15% 2-week.
Yeah. So this is, we had extreme low volatility here in January. But yeah, we started to expand. And then that really started to nuke Tether.
Sorry, I meant on Bitcoin, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, on Bitcoin. Yeah, no worries.
On the 2-week Bitcoin. Yeah.
So in summary, that 3.79% still seems like an opportunity. I'd be watching for something like this. Maybe we tap it. We get some mean reversion bounce. That weekly 9 starts coming more down, and we just simply tap it and reject it. But I really wouldn't want to get positioned long once Tether does reach this 3.79%. Because if we throw the HPDR on now, at that point we're at the 90% zone. So, it's like there should be at least some kind of bounce there that probably ties into with what we see with Bitcoin, fulfilling the 100K prophecy. But then at that point, we very well easily could go and then retest, make another higher low somewhere, and then go up. And that dump just straight to the 50% of moving, assuming they don't move, it'd still be a nice 16%. So it's kind of the environment we're in. I'm max bullish on Bitcoin as it stands. Bitcoin CME continues to look amazing. And it looks like it's just trekking its way onto that, 80% on the weekly. I know the 5-day was giving us a setup on CME. We do see
I'm sorry. Quick question for you. When we see that everything is super bullish, we see that spot is way lower than CME. Sometimes CME can have a premium almost of $1,000. Right now, it's a little bit of the opposite. What does that tell you?
Which one is the one under CME? Is that Binance or is that?
That's Bitstamp. Coinbase. This Binance Index. Let's check Coinbase.
Because Coinbase will tell you if there's spot buyers.
I'm sure they don't have that saved. Let's do that.
Yep, there's a spot premium right now. So the most heavy buyers are buying spot coins, which is exactly what you want to see on a healthy rally.
So
wouldn't you say this is retail?
It could be, or it could be the ETFs because they're using.
Got it.
But we do know retail is flooding in with Coinbase, Robinhood approaching the top app store applications downloaded. I remember in 2021, that was the sign. They obviously can reach 1, 2, and 3. They're, approaching I think the top 15. So retail is coming in, but it's still telling me, at least just with how everything is, that we definitely could see more. It is interesting though. CME usually does have more of a premium than spot. So yeah, that is interesting to me. Actually, I don't personally know what that means. It probably just means that, like Farhan said, people are just bidding. Could be the ETFs also use Coinbase. But as long as Coinbase Bitcoin, right? We have all these Bitcoins here listed. As long as the Coinbase pair though has a premium, then that tells us that there is spot being pumped into the market. And we also got $1 billion Tether print. So there is money, fresh money in the market right now. But with what I was saying, it's interesting too, because we're seeing Dixie kind of correlate with Bitcoin, which is interesting. And, Dixie's looking quite good. I have next resistance right at 106.80 to maybe 106.54. Why I'm bringing this up is because really Dixie has been kind of pumping with Bitcoin. And even when it gets a pullback, it's been kind of having pullbacks with Bitcoin. So I don't know really what that means. Just there's no balance in the force. But Dixie being bullish, I guess for now, is kind of bullish for Bitcoin as well, which is kind of crazy to say. But yeah, that is just the environment we're in. So long story short, I'm not really taking positions up here. You really can't. We're at the 99% on the daily on CME, currently at 94,259. So some kind of pullback or consolidation would make sense. Doesn't mean we need to even go back and test the 9. Just literally as long as we just kind of stay where we're at, maybe in like $1,000 range. That ideally will give alts the push they need. But Bitcoin dominance continues to look good. And we talked about this being a higher low, more evident on like a 2-day. And it was, if you want to study uptrend, study Bitcoin dominance, because it's a very clean, simple uptrend, with higher highs, higher lows through and through. And even on this major dump, we never broke this last wick low. The 34 held, which was my last spot. And now we got a new high. I don't have anything other than 62.58%, which again tells me, I don't really have anything but air on Tether dominance. Bitcoin dominance seems like it still wants to go up to the 62%, while Bitcoin really doesn't seem like it wants to slow down. When you're in a multi-month long range, this breakout usually doesn't get resolved by a week or two of pumping. So that's kind of all I have for Bitcoin. Real quickly, we're going to go to the 2-week. We'll go here to the spot. We do see now it's firing off. So, this is something we've been patiently waiting for. It's now confirmed, and we're getting this, expansion. And keep in mind, it started to expand when Bitcoin was, right around that 80K level. So that is crazy to talk about, because if this does play out like even how it did before, giving us from this point 150% move once it fired. When it fired right around 80,000, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but technically speaking, it would be around, let me get this. Yeah, 202,000. Now I'm really sounding like George. So, with this, take it with a grain of salt, but that is kind of the environment we're on. And we can see once it fired off on the 2-week, we really didn't get pullbacks, right? There wasn't really many pullbacks. When we did get a pullback, bulls still defended that 9. So that's the environment we're in. Going 150% straight up was crazy. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not, but it just plays into why I think, when we start seeing 107 to 103 keep coming up, at least when I'm looking at it, is it too crazy really to think that when we're now at 92,400 on Bitcoin? Probably not. So in summary, I'm bullish. We caught this short. It played out well. I did get a long trigger today, but with CPI, you really couldn't take it. I just don't like trading CPI. But I'll show it closely. We see that 2-hour EMA 21 has been holding pretty nicely on Bitcoin. Let's not overcomplicate things, right? If we know the EMA 9 on the 4-hour holds and the 2-hour EMA 21 is holding, then we just should be looking at that. And each time we basically tapped that, it's been an opportunity. The long trigger came when we lost the 9 on the 2-hour, held the 21, came up and reclaimed the 21. That would have given you a high probability, long of expansion, which we got. And the idea would be you just want to have your stop right here at that low. That was my long trigger. Didn't give it though because of CPI, but we're literally in that environment where it's called genius mode. You can just trade off of literally an hour, 2-hour, 4-hour setup here. Bitcoin just hit the EMA 9 again. Let me bid that. You'd be green. Again, you'd be green. Here, you'd be massively green. And that's why they kind of call it genius mode, because when we're in this up only posturing, kind of sounds like we're all saying the same thing, but it's just true. We are really like kind of in up only mode, but it just makes trading even easier, because these 15-minute EMA 9 taps lead into 2% pumps, which on some nice leverage can 20% your account in like an hour. So be very mindful though. It's not the spot I'd be long in Bitcoin. I'm holding a Solana long. I didn't post it, just personal long. Very low leverage long. It's currently green, and I want to see that 216 get reclaimed on Sol for possibly a move to 235 to 300, which ideally will line up with Bitcoin hitting 100K. So
you disciplined son of a bitch. I'm all in and going on that long until this fucking thing stops. I'm not canceling. They're gonna have to fucking take me out of this market, baby. Which, by the way, probably signal at the top. sign of a top.
I mean, when I'm walking altcoins, it's usually a top sign. But you know, I remember when like Robinhood delisted all those altcoins, and I remember Bitcoin dumped around like 5 to 6%. But altcoins like Solana, you know, Pepe, XRP, they dumped like 15 to 28%. I remember that. So maybe on the flip side now, we have Bitcoin going up. We have these now relisted. We have President Trump liking shitcoins. So maybe now alts can kind of catch a bid. But with Bitcoin dominance looking like 62% is coming, it's really the relative strength altcoins like Solana, now Doge, which is crazy. And I can't
hold government department now. It's a whole government department now. So.
I'm shocked by that, genuinely. 40-cent Doge, it's crazy.
It's a simulation. That's why. I already sent it to you guys on the chat. We're going to talk Solamis next and Ethereum next. Let me just take a break to tell everybody that, not a break, but a shameless plug that tomorrow we're going to be doing a little class, a little.
This would be good.
Yes, sir. Mañana 7 de la mañana, hora Pacífico estándar, que son las 9 de la mañana en la Ciudad de México, porque estamos a 2 horas de diferencia. Chéquenlo, asegúrense que estoy en lo correcto antes de que digan cualquier cosa. Mañana a las 7 de la mañana nos vamos a ver aquí para todos los que tienen una membresía de ver los lives y comentar, etcétera, en el eTrading Academy, para poder contestar cualquier duda que tengan de trading. Si nos quieren preguntar qué es el setup de Hamas, por qué la volatilidad hace esto, por cómo usas lo que sea, avísenos. Ahí vamos a estar en el chat 4 horas con ustedes, exclusivamente contestando preguntas, cualquier pregunta que tengan. Si se acaban las preguntas, nos vamos a las tablas, pero esperamos poder simplemente ayudarlos a resolver cualquier duda que tengan. Y si vieron, sobre todo, si no lo han visto y tienen dudas en general, vean el curso de Observa Trader, por favor, porque les va a resolver. En mi opinión, eso te debería resolver una gran cantidad de dudas. Y las dudas que tengas de eso son las buenas. Así que aquí estamos, no hay pregunta tonta. Todas las preguntas son importantes, así que nos vemos mañana en el etradingacademy.us para poder platicar de esto, y como siempre lo haremos. Vámonos al análisis de Bitcoin y de ahí vamos a brincar Solami y de ahí a Ethereum, que estamos en long, en Solamis. Bueno, yo, el tío Salo. Vale, vamos a empezar con Bitcoin. Perdón, estaba haciendo un trade. Oh, my God. It's about to hit $93,000. Ok. Estamos viendo Bitcoin. Empieza a pintar sobreextendido acá. Déjenme les pongo la tabla de 2 semanas. Esta es la cosa más ridícula que hemos visto. Vamos a empezar así, simplemente viendo esto, ¿no? La historia de Bitcoin de cuando estaba justamente acá en $4,000, lo estás viendo en $92,745. Obviamente máximo histórico. Esta es la vela de 2 semanas más grande que hemos tenido en la historia. Eso quiere decir que expansión viene fuerte. Y viene con mucho momentum y mucha fuerza detrás de él. Estamos en $92,700 desde que rompimos justamente esta zona a la alza de los $69,000 y nos fuimos directito hasta acá. ¿Por qué les estoy enseñando? Ahora sí, todos estamos en altos históricos. Es difícil poder saber a dónde más va. Lo que sí sabemos es que en todas las temporalidades hay continuación en cuanto a las divergencias ocultas se refieren alcistas para el precio de Bitcoin en todo tipo de temporalidad. Cuando ponemos nuestros indicadores, no es lo que les quiero enseñar, pero pueden ver que siempre que hubieras tocado la 9, hubiera sido una gran oportunidad de entrada, sobre todo esta, obviamente, donde estaba en $71,000 hasta los 92, pero todas estas, una gran oportunidad. Este fue un gran SFP que estaba jugando con todo el mundo. ¿Qué es un SFP? Es un breakdown falso para arriba. Y cuando tienes muchos, pues es la acumulación tal cual como la acumulación que estás viendo acá. Da ese movimiento de expansión potente. Pueden ver que yo tengo estas zonas. Para mí, la esperanza del planeta sería que Bitcoin hiciera esto, rebotaras acá más o menos en la zona de los $80,000 y continuar. Pero parece que no nos quiere dar ni siquiera el chance de colocarnos en ningún trade porque está metiendo y sacando a todo el mundo lo más rápido posible. Lo que quiero enseñarles es esto, es el setup de Hamas, un setup explosivo a la alza. ¿Por qué le pusimos el setup de Hamas? Aquí validó justamente con este 15% a la alza. Voy a poner esto acá para que lo vean. Y aquí validó otra vez más. La primera vez que lo hizo, el setup de Hamas, la siguiente vela hasta el tope, nos dio un 108%. Y si este movimiento fuera idéntico y nos diera exactamente el mismo tipo de retorno, básicamente porque el setup de Hamas se activó en los $80,000, harías, ¿se pueden imaginar el número que va a salir en este momento? 100%. A ver, ¿dónde está el 100%? Nos llevaría $162,000. Ahora, todo esto son proyecciones y es hopium y lo que quieran, pero ahí está el setup. De nuevo, venimos de 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 semanas de volatilidad nula y con la expansión y el movimiento alcista. Pueden ver lo que está causando y eso es el famoso setup de jamás. Cuando se da a la alza, cuando se da a la baja, le decimos el setup de Nagasaki. Potente. Pero esto que estás viendo en diferentes temporalidades, puedes ver cómo la continuación de la volatilidad continúa a la alza en la semanal. Vamos a ver la diaria. La diaria está agotada, la diaria está empezando a llegar a sobrevendido. Mucha gente va a empezar a hacer short pensando que esto ya se cocinó, pero hay muchas ocasiones donde pueden ver que esto puede continuar sobrevendido hasta el tope. Se puede completamente exhaustar el movimiento. Así que digo, se puede llevar ese sobreexhaustivo movimiento a futuro. Bitcoin continúa empujando a los 92. Ahora, ¿dónde está el trade? No hay un trade ahorita. Lo que está haciendo Bitcoin es simplemente metiendo y sacando a la gente. Lo que nosotros creemos es, como ha estado consolidando acá en la zona de los 87, cada que llegues a los 87 vaya a ser una oportunidad. Pero ¿qué es lo que hace el precio? Llega a los 87, te baja más, te saca y luego sube como loco. Es lo que le ha estado pasando a todo el mundo. Entonces, lo estamos viendo en la diaria, estamos muy por encima de absolutamente todo, no hay nada que puedas ver que sea nuevo. Lo mismo acá en la semanal, puedes ver la expansión de una semana, otra semana, y está como brincando nivel cada semana, es una verdadera locura. La vela semanal, potente, vámonos rápidamente a la mensual. En la mensual pueden darse cuenta de la fuerza de esto y el poder de simplemente entender que una vez que tienes un cruce plateado, quieres siempre entrar en este tipo de situaciones, que es cuando el precio viene y se recarga en la 9, es una gran oportunidad. Y ese cruce plateado lo tenemos bastante acá atrás y es lo que nos está dando esa confirmación a nosotros de que es lo que debemos de hacer cada que vemos al precio tocar ahí. Ahora vamos a USDT porque hemos visto esto y continuamos con la misma teoría de que esto va a estar por acá, tal vez rebotar y caer. Este es un gráfico mensual, voy a eliminar esto, no tenemos por qué decir que ya sabe, todo el mundo está bien en este momento, todo el mundo le está pegando al mercado como se debe, y este tiene un cruce plateado, no, todavía no tiene un cruce plateado en la mensual a la baja, pero está bastante interesante porque en 17 días, 8 horas, todos estos se van a mover y probablemente se dé. Nuestro objetivo sigue siendo el 3.79 y de ahí probablemente vayamos a continuar al 3.2%. En todas las temporalidades se puede ver el momentum de Tether, lo bajista que es. En temporalidades más cortas, que de nuevo, recuerden que Tether va en contra del precio de Bitcoin. Si Tether va bajando, Bitcoin va subiendo, y si Bitcoin va subiendo, Tether va bajando y al revés. Entonces, vemos cómo tuvimos un cruce plateado aquí atrás en la semanal, pero me voy a acercar un poco más, voy a ponerla de 5 días para que vean cómo se están empezando a formar cruces plateados más cerca. Esto quiere decir y valida aún más de que esto va a empezar a empujar aún más. Lo que sí es que normalmente cuando eso pasa, hay un rebote y te vas a ir a buscar el 9 para ser rechazado. Y ahorita el 9 está bastante alto. Lo que creemos es que probablemente continúe bajando y lo encontremos por acá en los 4.60. Pero vamos a ver cómo se da eso. En la de 3 días también tienes un cruce plateado fresquecito, apenas hace 2 velas. En la de 2 días, a la baja obviamente en Tether. La de 2 días todavía no lo hizo antes. Sí, lo dio mucho antes, acá atrás. Así que estamos viendo la debilidad de Tether, la fortaleza de Bitcoin, el sector cripto empujando con todos nuevos máximos históricos. ¿Y qué es lo que está acompañando esto? La dominancia de Bitcoin continúa subiendo. No quiere parar para nada. La dominancia de Bitcoin continúa y va a buscar la zona de los 62-31%. Esto nos quiere decir, para todos ustedes que sean nuevos en el mercado de cripto, la dominancia de Bitcoin nos dice que el rally es de Bitcoin, y una vez que la dominancia de Bitcoin haya hecho un tope, podemos entrar en alts como gorda, aventándonos como gorda en tobogán, y eso nos va a salir bastante bien, y si es que la historia se repite, y veremos expansión de precio en todo lo que es alts como loca. Otro alt season buenísimo, pero Bitcoin por hoy está 5.11% arriba. De nuevo, probabilidad de un buen spot de compra a los 87. invalidación, el wick más bajo de esas velas, y se los voy a poner acá para que lo puedan ver en la diaria. Yo esto es lo que haría exactamente. Si el precio llega a esta zona de los 87.0 sería ideal, pero también los 87.800, por ejemplo, y tu invalidación, usar esto, el 85.150. No hay nada aquí, por cierto, esto no sería un trade seguro, esto sería algo que estuviéramos viendo nosotros y decir, esto es mucho más arriesgado, de nuevo, y es el por qué el precio se está moviendo tan rápido, porque no te está diciendo dónde puedes volver a entrar, y pueden ver que hizo esta gatada acá también. Entonces, es parte de cuando estás en un mercado alcista de que no te deje incorporarte long, porque sería muy fácil. Y cada que lo haces, que lo estás haciendo por acá, te tira, te elimina, te liquida y continúa la alza. Vilmente, movimientos de Bitcoin, mucha gente le dice, cosas de Bitcoin, es movimientos de hijo de puta profesional, es lo que son. Alrighty, sir.
By the way, there is a 4-hour hidden bullish divergence just confirmed on Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Ok, en Ethereum y en Bitcoin estamos viendo una divergencia alcista en el RSI confirmándose. Is that a way? Oh, okay. Not here. In here, you just have like a little bounce and then it's going up on the 4-hour. And the same thing on Ethereum?
Yeah, on the RSI.
Let's see how it looks. Kind of like the same. They're kind of like rebounding on this area and going up now again. Damn. I think we're going to see 93,000 right now.
Seems like a 194, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
The RSI would have a technical target of 98.
98? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. He's right. Holy shit. Yeah, he's not going to let anyone get into this. It's probably good. It's such a fucking dick. All righty. Let's look at those Solamis.
Oh, we're doing that now. Oh, my bad. Yeah, so I'm watching Sol BTC first. I think it's going to be important because, we've been talking about this zone here on Sol BTC, and I think that, a bigger breakout on Sol USD, its USD pair will really hinge on, it actually breaking this 0.026 level. This has been a massive rejection area, and we've been in this range for a long time now. We see here Sol is approaching somewhat support right around, the bottom of the channel at 2.3, along with that 50% on the daily. So, that tells me there should at least be some kind of bounce, from this zone. And then, we'll have to see kind of where we go. Either maybe we just go to the daily EMA 100, if not to the median and the 9 currently right around, 0.00246. But, as long as Sol BTC is still on the lower time frames, kind of looking bearish to me, we're kind of at the last stand where bulls want to kind of step in and get some kind of bounce here. We see volatility has gone to the extreme levels with Sol BTC going down. And it's there. This is a 4-hour, but it's at extremes for, a lot of periods here. One of the, let's see here. Yeah, it hasn't been at, this low in a very long time on the 4-hour, before we kind of put in that bottom here at 0.0018 and then moved up. And so why I'm saying this is because once volatility starts coming down, theoretically, this would mean that we should start moving up on this price, which ideally then will mean that Sol, it's Sol's tether pair actually does well. This 4-hour now gauging Sol's tether pair on the 4-hour, we see it actually this 4-hour reclaimed that 216 level. I did close my short around here, which now I'm slightly regretting considering that bullish divergence on Bitcoin just developed, but that's okay. We see that 216 level is actually flipping now. It's a pretty massive point for Solana. We rejected it here. We reclaimed it and held each test down to it, and that kind of led to us pressing that 220. The more I look at Sol, the more I'm convinced that this is going to move and probably break this high that it formed back in November 12th, currently at $225. Firstly, we see a 50% held, and we see that this EMA is the 5. Yeah, the EMA 5 on the daily has been solidly holding. We're not even looking at the EMA 5. We see we freshly just retested that daily EMA 9. I was very close to filling my bid at 197, but bulls stepped in here, held the daily 9, only went slightly below, and then we kind of sprung from there, showing the strength. For me now, I'm watching that 235 target. That 235 target, at least to me, should be some major pullback zone on Sol, especially with what we see volatility kind of getting to the point at like 98 97.6%. Still not at extremes, but it's just getting to the point where, once we break this high and go to 235, it wouldn't surprise me to go back and retest 216. But we start looking at it on the 5-day, and this was a setup, I talked about for a while before it started to expand. It's 5 days still active, and it's fairly fresh. It's only at 51%. And we see here on this, fresh 5-day, we essentially came up, wasn't able to close above 216. That usually constitutes some pullback. We went perfectly to the 50% on the 5-day, bounced perfectly there at that psychological number 200. Now the next target would be that $304 zone. And that kind of would confirm to me, at least, Bitcoin going to 100K, this actually expanding more to like the 80s and 90%, the 5-day kind of playing out. And that would be a pretty impressive move from this point, 41%. It's kind of the scenario we're in with Solana. And I do think that this can happen. It'll just really hinge on Sol BTC actually catching a bid currently where it's at and getting a bounce and then breaking out. I think once we break this 2.6 on Sol BTC, we get a way bigger move on Sol Tether pair. Sol's looking amazing though. We would have been watching on this pullback the daily 9 as an opportunity. Why? Because since we reclaimed it here, we really didn't test it, and so that is always the first spot for any bull market in my book. Plus we still have the silver cross here that was formed right around that 140 to 150. Still guiding our bias on this was just more like a silver EMA 9 silver cross retest. Very strong. Sol's looking very strong. So what I want to see now is I want to see this daily reclaim 216. To me, if it starts reclaiming 216, it really opens up the door for us going to that 235, taking out the high, and actually making at least a new high relative to the cycle. And then once we go to 235, it'll be we'll be now pressing that all-time high kind of point. The all-time high here is 259. So all eyes on there, because that's going to be a really big decision maker. If we start rejecting that heavily, it'd be slightly concerning. But what we'd want is some kind of pullback. As long as 216 holds, my bias overall will still remain that this 5-day setup will play out, and it's going to take us to the 80% or at $302. Obviously, it's going to take time to do this, but I'm still on the camp that this is going to play out as long as we're holding above the 50%, and though getting back above 216. Yeah, that's it really. Sol's looking great. We see here the weekly too starting to expand its volatility at 41% now. And even the next technical target would be here at 246. So just a lot of confluence at 235. And that is kind of that'll be the big decision maker right around that 235 to 240 if we're actually going to make a new all-time high for Solana. An area to be, at least to mentally note is we are testing that median. It is coming right around that 216 level. It's at $222. So it's just telling me that this is a pretty big zone for Sol. For me, we'll have to see where this monthly closes, because there's nothing that's telling me we won't green dildo out of here and close a monthly around at 230. But we start pulling back here, we'll have to watch and then see where this monthly. For me though, a confirmation of a real breakout on Sol will be if a monthly closure gets back above that 216 level. That hasn't been done ever on Solana. That would mean we're also back above the monthly median, and we just reclaim that 216 on all other time frames, solidifying to me that move, or just gearing up the bigger move to that 300 zone, making a new all-time high. So no matter how you look at it, as long as Bitcoin is bullish, and it is, it's still making highs, and Sol BTC is still in this range, there's still hope, and we're at a bounce zone on Sol BTC. That's why it is interesting to see it come all the way down to this zone. We should see a bounce here, which should at least line up to my thesis on Sol actually getting a bigger move, especially with that news we got. When people in Asia wake up and they hear that, and Europe and things like that, I just think theoretically it's going to move Sol up, just like it moved us down when they got delisted. While we're getting a 5-day volatility set up, while we're still in an uptrend with a fresh daily EMA 9 retest, and this daily 9 basically took out all the long stops here, sprung from it, and now we're forming a nice hammerhead. So You know, no matter how you look at it, Sol's looking good. I'll start getting slightly concerned once we lose that daily 9. But until then, it's very strong, just like Bitcoin. And even viewing it on a lower time frame, we see, you know, the 34 acted like a trap. We lost it. Quick SFP. This is why SFPs are powerful. And, you know, EMAs are working really nice right now with crypto, because I believe boomers are really in it now. And boomers love EMAs. And so we see here, that would have been your first point on the 4 hour, losing that 9, rejecting it, coming down to the 34. Once this 4 hour reclaimed the 34, though, you would have been slightly cautious at the fact that this is an SFP. And usually, in my experience with crypto, these easy reclaims lead to springs. And that's kind of what we got. And now all eyes basically on the 4 hour EMA 9. You just kind of want that to keep holding for, you know, price to keep moving up. And that's kind of what we saw here. You know, each time we'd come down, we'd make a new high, we'd test the 9, we'd make a new high. It's just exactly what you'd want to see. But just keep in mind, altcoins like the dirty dance. You know, they like to wick below, they like to get little closures below. And that's why for me, it'll just be really keen on that 216 being held on a daily. So that's all I see with Sol. Looks like it, you know, could consolidate around here. But that's kind of what everything looks like on Bitcoin, and nothing's telling us it needs to. If we do get a consolidation, though, this is the utopian scenario. We just start holding that 216, trapping shorts. We don't really break down. We come a little lower. We still just hold it, and that'll spring us up. You know, unless we legitimately just in the next few days move up, which seems more likely to me. But you know, we still are pressing monthly resistance. We see volatilities at 97%. Bitcoin is currently, you know, pressing up, but it is approaching the extremes on the HBDR, you know, 95% zone. So like, that is something I'm just going to mentally note here. Consolidation at best would be welcome for Solana, leading to Sol BTC possibly catching a bid, leading, you know, and then that could lead to the Sol USD pair actually going up. So we're at a very important spot for Sol. If you're not positioned on this daily 9, there's really no position unless you know, like, you know, how to day trade and scalp really easily. But if you're not positioned, I would just be really patient on this 216 holding. First getting reclaimed and actually holding. If it does, then that could be a trigger to 235. And then you just simply want this wick low to kind of hold. Because what the daily closure will do is move this 9 up more. So theoretically, this wick low should hold. This 9 should go up to matching maybe 205. So even if we get another dump or rejection of 216 down to that, ideally that holds. That could be another opportunity. But with Bitcoin looking as bullshit as it is, but approaching extremes, I'm slightly cautious on Solana. It's looking good though, and it's reclaiming 216 on a 4 hour. We just want it to keep holding it. So ideally, we keep holding it, especially the 4 hour 9, and then all eyes on the daily. We start losing the 216 on a daily, then okay, we might go and test the EMA 9, or like some of you like to view, the EMA 5. You know, and that's more up there with price at $210 right now. So, you know, maybe the EMA 5 moves up more around 214 to 215, and that's kind of giving me nice daily confidence that this support zone could work. A retest of it, and then maybe a bounce up. So, but remember, we really can't be expecting $300 Solana. In my opinion, as long as Sol BTC looks like it's, you know, trying to hold, it could break down here, but it is at a bounce zone. So if you're bullish on Solana, this is kind of the proper area to be bullish on. If you're viewing the Sol BTC chart, I'm saying that because we are at massive support now. It's not like you're longing Sol when Sol BTC is at resistance closing under it. No, like we are at the bottom. So what do you think Sol Tether pair will do when this actually starts moving up? It already is pretty strong, but you know, compared to Bitcoin now, it's getting destroyed. So when this starts getting a bid against Bitcoin, this really, I think, will slingshot Sol a lot. So it all really will depend on today's daily close. You just want this to keep holding. You know, I'll say the level one more time, right at that point. 0023. You really want that to hold. You're getting confidence with the 50% here. And yeah, that'll be a nice bounce zone. Wouldn't surprise me if Sol BTC came down, actually tested this, took out all the stops here. People started to really max short this, and then it kind of came up. So if it does start pumping from here, you want to watch this 9, because the median and the 9's right there along with the 34. We start reclaiming the 9. then that's kind of your go to, we're going to test the top. We start actually getting, you know, closures back above this 2.6 and holding it, you know, then ideally we can start talking about a higher SOL BTC price, which again, I think will line up with $300 SOL. But again, we're just at resistance now. Be cautious of that. Watch the daily if you want another possibly long trigger, and you just want to see kind of Bitcoin not dump from here, not mega nuke, but just chill. You know, bait shorts, hold the 4-hour 9 like it's been doing, even holding the hourly 9, and then that will give actually alts kind of what they need. Because even though SOL's green, it's still kind of weak. Like it's only up 2%. And Bitcoin's making all-time highs right now. And, you know, it's like if this really does start to roll over for a simple pullback, you have to wonder if SOL's going to like take a bigger hit because of where it's at.
What you just showed and what we've seen before and did this with you, this is SOL BTC weekly setup. While, yeah, you're making lower highs, you're at that critical point right now where you are on your meme line right here, and also on this trend line that goes up, like this meme line. So this might be the biggest opportunity buy for Solana before it blows the fuck up. And now I could be completely wrong, but this setup it's got it all over. And 100%. Then
no, 100%. That's why like the way SOL BTC looks, I mean, technically it is at the like best long position technically for SOL BTC at least.
It's just like on the weekly on Solana, it just broke the 15% and it's expanding and it's only at 40%. So I feel like we're going to see a little bit of the same thing that we saw in the last rally, which is, I know that we're all waiting Bitcoin to do its thing, Bitcoin dominance, etc. But last time, fucking Solana just ran. Bitcoin would run, Solana would run. Bitcoin would run, Solana would run more. Bitcoin would run, and Solana would keep going. And I feel like we're seeing that a little bit right now. Let's just see how aggressive it gets. But man, pretty good zone.
And as long as we are at the bottom of the range, this is the long zone for SOL BTC, which then ideally will just, you know, bleed in. Like that'll give SOL tether pairing the bid to actually break out, because it is SOL's tether pairing right now is just in the process of a breakout when compared to the 5-day. And so what we just want is the SOL BTC pair to bounce where it's at now, critical level. And what that'll do is it'll spring SOL up from like this 215 to 216, and we'll immediately hit 235. And then at that point, you know, we're making almost new cycle highs for SOL. But if SOL BTC starts breaking down, Bitcoin starts to get some kind of pullback right around the 95% zone, we start losing that 216, maybe like a deviation on like a 4-hour. Then okay, maybe we then get another pullback, you know. But it's hard to say where and when, because SOL looks like it's just in the process of breaking out. And what we know is SOL BTC's pairing is it can bounce really fast. Like it can look like this, where it's just about to dump and it's over, and then it just puts in one of those crazy wicks and it's getting bought up, and then SOL's up 5%. So you know, you're technically at the point where you should be looking for SOL longs for SOL BTC. You just have to be careful and understand the trigger.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let us go. You got Ethereum, right? Next.
Yeah, yes. Fine. Right?
Oh, well, you just did Solana. No. Fuck. Jesus Christ. That needs Wednesday. Excellent. Excellent. TGT for you.
TJT. Okay.
TG.
Oh, okay.
Gas T.
Perfect.
Sorry, I'm not very good when people call me on the phone and they're like, "Can you spell that for me and tell me?" Like, you know, when you gotta say letters and they're like alpha, beta, Beatrice, and all that. Dude, I can't come up with any letters whatsoever, like any names with it. It's the only part where my creativity does not work. That for anything useful.
I wonder if like the banking people practice that or like know that, because they're really good at it. Alpha.
I know.
Peter.
Well, I feel like if you do it every fucking day.
Racist, cuss words, like bad shit I can't say. Like P is in Peter, not penis.
Yeah, exactly. D as in dick. That's me on the phone, by the way. That's me. D as in dick, A as in anus. All right. Let's get to it. Estamos viendo Solana. Estamos viendo la relación Solana-Bitcoin y es muy importante para mí, sobre todo esta gráfica semanal. Esta temporalidad me fascina. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Vamos a analizarlo rápidamente. Voy a apagar estas cosas para quitar un poco de ruido. Tenemos una línea meme justamente en esta zona, en el punto 00235. Porque es una zona bastante importante. Puedes ver que hay expansión a la alza cada que la rompes y bastante expansión a la baja cada que la rompes. Ahorita Solana Bitcoin nos está diciendo que, tal vez vaya a haber expansión a la baja en esta situación, ¿no? Pero justamente está con la línea diagonal meme aguantándolo, lo que nos dice que esto probablemente, aunque cierre así, se ve bien, porque no estás ni siquiera llevándote este mínimo que está en el punto 0023103, pero yo pondría mi línea en la arena justamente acá. ¿Por qué? Porque el precio de Solana Bitcoin, la relación de Solana Bitcoin ha estado consolidando en una forma bastante interesante, donde hemos visto estos máximos junto con este mínimo. Estás viendo que los mínimos se están volviendo más altos, o sea, literalmente la línea de tendencia acá te lo está poniendo, pero al mismo tiempo que estás viendo con los altos. Estás viendo altos más bajos y esto es la trampa del alto más bajo. O puede ser que te esté diciendo la verdad. ¿Quién te está diciendo la verdad? Ahora, lo importante de esto no es tanto quién te esté diciendo la verdad, sino entender qué es lo que está pasando cuando volteas a ver este gráfico. Cuando volteas a ver este gráfico, lo que te dice es que literalmente está haciendo algo así. ¿Qué pasa cuando llegas al final de un apex? Normalmente revienta el precio a la alza o a la baja. Ahora, si estoy viendo y aprendiendo y tomo datos y estoy recopilando y me estoy acordando de todo lo que pasó en años pasados, Solana y Bitcoin llevaron el rally pasado a todo lado a lado. Bitcoin empujaba, Solana empujaba. Bitcoin empujaba más, Solana empujaba más. Bitcoin empujaba aún más, Solana empujaba aún más. Y es un poco lo que estamos esperando ahora, sobre todo viendo cómo Ethereum está tan castigado. Puede que haya más alfa en ese trade, pero no nos vamos a meter en eso. Ahorita vamos a explicar bien este trade. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando acá? Si estás tradeando este par, por ejemplo, lo que quieres es simplemente que no rompa. Yo diría, tu primera advertencia es justamente este wick de acá, en el 2300, en el 2300. Si rompes ese, yo cortaría el largo acá, en el 22071. Ahí es donde yo lo cortaría. Ese se me hace una zona bastante importante. Además, tienes confluencia justamente de estos niveles, lo que probablemente vayas a aguantar con el promedio de la 9, pero este promedio del 55 va a continuar subiendo, lo que puede que lo ponga acá. No sabemos si Solana o Bitcoin va a reaccionar en este momento, pero interesante verlo y este punto crítico en el par. Así que pongan atención, sobre todo temporalidad semanal, porque creo que la diaria no te dice tanto, es un poco de lo mismo. Tienes ya más un breakout que te está enseñando. Para mí la diaria está cocinando. La diaria está cocinando en este momento, te está diciendo, padre, ve lo que está pasando, nos estamos acercando más acá, estamos empujando el precio, estamos rompiendo la línea, cayendo, pero vamos a seguir empujando. Así que atención justamente a esta relación entre Solana y Bitcoin. Ahora, vamos al precio de Solana. ¿Dónde está Solana y qué está pasando? Solana está está cotizando en este momento en 214, 215 dólares, pongamos en este momento. Venimos justamente de este movimiento, una vez más, vamos a echarnos para atrás, de consolidación, creando mínimos más altos y altos más altos. Hemos roto estos altos y ahora sí podemos ir a buscar los máximos históricos que están en los 260 dólares, 259. No me quiero ir de la página, gracias. Oye, gracias Beatriz, pero no. Ok, ¿qué es lo que vimos en Solamis? En Solamis, para entrar a este trade, el tío Salo se le olvidó que se me olvidó completamente que abrió una orden, porque ¿qué es lo que decimos? Cada que tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, y acá lo tienes, se dio acá, que es cuando el promedio del 21 se va por encima del promedio de las 55. ¿Qué es lo que hacemos cuando vemos eso? Cada que vemos el promedio de las 9 ser tocado, apostar y también tener invalidaciones, porque pueden pasar cosas como esta zona, donde lo perdimos y caímos. Entonces, pero cada que lo tocas, bien, yo vi todo este movimiento que dio el precio, desde acá hasta acá, ¿dónde hay entrada? No hay ninguna, pero en cuanto vino a tocar la 9, entré. Y fue honestamente, puse una orden que se me olvidó. Hoy abrí mi computadora y veo que mi cuenta es más grande. ¿Por qué vergas tengo más dinero? Y se me había olvidado por completo. Muy contento con esa entrada, así que atención, si ya te la perdiste, te la perdiste. Y la invalidación de este trade para mí está en los 266. para mí personalmente. A menos de que toque ahí, yo me voy a ir full go, hasta los 200, hasta arriba de 250 voy a buscar eso, mínimo. El primero que voy a cortar en mi trade, y este es mi trade personal, va a ser cuando lleguemos a altos históricos. Ahí voy a tomar un poco de profit y lo voy a seguir rolando a ver hasta dónde puede llegar. ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? Ok, cosas importantes que estamos viendo. Pueden ver cómo estamos peleando justamente con esta resistencia en los 214, 215. Este es un nivel muy importante a tener. Lo que nosotros estamos esperando es que Solamis pueda retomar este nivel y empezar a ranguear por acá en lo que la volatilidad se resetea y Bitcoin empieza a tomarse un descanso de irse a los $93,000. Aunque en la semanal puedes ver que la volatilidad empieza a expander, está solamente en 40%. El movimiento ha sido alcista desde que la volatilidad comenzó a expander, lo pueden ver acá. Y eso nos dice que todavía le queda bastante camino, pero cuando te acercas un poco a la diaria, puedes ver que estás casi en extremos por acá y la volatilidad se está dando la vuelta para abajo a resetearse. Así que atención a eso. Puede ser que simplemente, y es por eso que decimos que el escenario donde haya consolidación por acá no nos molestaría para nada. Lo único que simplemente no queremos perder es este wick para no salir de nuestro trade. Yo creo que cualquier cosa abajo de esto sería una gran entrada, pero tienes que checar a ese punto si no es que se revertió el precio y va para abajo aún más a buscar los 187. Así que atención ahí. Ok, ¿cuáles son nuestros niveles importantes? Cabrón. No. Nuestros niveles importantes para los Solamis en este momento son más sencillos de lo normal. Lo único que quiero ver es una cosa, denme un segundo. Déjenme checo el gráfico de 2 semanas, reajusto el tamaño de mi nepe, pongo esto acá, y justamente la expansión, you see expansion on Solamis on the 2-week is starting now, just broke out.
But 2-week, let me see.
2-week, it literally just did.
It's loading. 1 second. My shit's been real slow today. I think the volatility is messing it up. Oh, wow. I see that. Yeah, it went from 11%. Now, that's crazy. Interesting.
Yeah, this is not a full Hamas setup because it doesn't have all the nice elements of zero volatility periods for an extended period.
Well,
But this is pretty comparable. This is like the Syria kinetic bombing setup.
it would technically be a Hamas setup for Solana, though, because keep in mind in October, volatility was only ever at 14%. So we've now made the lowest 2-week volatility read ever on Solana, and now it's expanding. So,
oh yeah,
technically speaking, this is almost like a Hamas setup for Sol, like it was for Bitcoin the first time.
You're absolutely right, sir. You're absolutely right. The technicalities of the naming the setups is quite complicated. Thank you. Estamos también viendo, justamente quería ver esto, porque el setup, pueden ver, ¿no? Solamis está por acá a punto de reventar, pero quiero que vean esto. No tenemos un setup de Hamas. Esto es para todo el mundo que está aprendiendo los setups de Hamas o el de Nagasaki. Aquí fue el de, obviamente, Nagasaki. Tenemos ahora el de Hamas por acá. Y en el de Hamas, importante entender esto. No tuvimos periodos de cero volatilidad, pero ¿qué tenemos? La volatilidad de Solami más baja que has visto en toda la historia. ¿Puedes ver? Y de la volatilidad más baja, puedes ver cómo vino, retomó el promedio y explotó a la alza y ahora está expandiendo en 19.82%. Para mí esto es brutal. Es literalmente un setup estilo Hamas, pero no tan... Alex dice que lo podría decir que es el setup Hamas para Solana porque vienes de la volatilidad más baja que ha tenido con expansión potente. Entiendo eso. Yo puedo decir que sí, pero para mí yo creo que solamente cuando toque extremos y lo puedo ver con barras para no corrompir el nombre del setup de Hamas, le voy a decir el setup de Siria o el setup cinético, donde atacamos solamente, vamos a destruir tantito Líbano, tantito Siria, tantito Irán. Es más como ese tipo de setups que estamos haciendo acá, pero a fin de cuentas, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Todos son setups explosivos. Ok, voy a dejarme de mamadas, solamente quería ver eso. Lo que estamos viendo en todas las temporalidades es sencillo. Ahí te va si eres un Solami Bull o un Solami Bear. Si eres un Solami Bull, quieres aguantar la zona de los 214.86 y continuar consolidando por encima. Si eres un Solami Bear, quieres perder este nivel y definitivamente perder los 200, porque en los 200 invalidaría muchísimos longs, y de ahí buscar tal vez una entrada en la zona de los 187 por acá. Eso si eres un bajista, es más, no, harías un corto por acá y ya usarías tus métricas y lo puedes expandir tú. Pero por ahora, en la diaria, lo que esperamos es que, en la de 2 semanas, en la diaria, lo que esperamos es poder empezar a consolidar en esta zona por encima de esto, romper los 225. Lo que vimos es en la media del canal de Alex, en la temporalidad mensual, la media está justamente en los 235. 235. Si nosotros consolidamos arriba de los 215, eso nos daría más alta probabilidad de ir a pegarle a la media y que rompamos a través de la media e ir a buscar esa marca de los $300. ¿Qué invalida todo esto? El promedio de las 9, señores. Si eso baja por acá, atención, por ahora lo que está presentando ahora es, en mi opinión, está baiteando a toda la gente que quiere entrar en short. Es de, vengan, vean el tope de Solana, está aquí. Sobre todo porque Solana es como Rivian para mí, como Tesla. Me encanta tradear Solana porque el gráfico me habla. No sé cómo explicarlo. Tal vez suena demasiado de película gay, pero no lo es. El gráfico me habla. Y acá lo que siento que están haciendo es, vengan a hacer un corto. ¿Ven cómo no llegamos ni siquiera a los 222? Vamos para abajo, vamos amigos. Pon tu corto y pon tu tipi acá, ya que tienes esta extensión. Te van a meter de corto acá y bolas. El setup de Irán va a ser el setup cinético de Irán, es el que va a pegar a la alza y vámonos a la carrera. Así que Solamis se empieza a ver bastante bien, pero tenemos que ver una vez más la relación de Solamis Bitcoin. Asegurarnos, vean esta belleza del libro, carajo. Perforación, un simple ajá a la baja y ahora continuar por acá y esperemos que vaya para arriba. Así que pongan muchísima atención a esto que estamos viviendo y vámonos de nuevo. All righty, sir. What's next?
Bitcoin.
The Ethereums.
Ethereum. We love Ethereum.
Ethereum is such a good coin. That Vitalik is such a good guy. What a guy. Yeah.
Some people think he's a cuck. I disagree.
He's got a great cock. I've seen.
I've seen some beautiful cocks.
Oh my God. Let's get it. Let me get you do your thing.
Wow.
Wow, it's right.
Yeah.
Ethereum is fucking blowing the fuck up, guys. It's going to surprise everyone.
You were
Yeah,
saying.
finally doing something for the last, 8 months now?
Yeah. It's been dormant.
The quarterly right now, momentum is starting to flip up with volatility still kind of sideways. That gives us a target of hitting the median. Right now, the median sits at $4,881, basically previous all-time highs. And then if we can close over that, volatility will start expanding. And we're coming from very low levels. We went all the way down to 17, 15%. We're currently at 26%. That would give us a target of the previous, of the top 38.2%. I'm just a little uncomfortable saying that because the number is so fucking high. I think this is going to come down significantly. But as
are you going to George it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Before,
oh, my. Hang on.
Before it was at $53,000 and it came all the way down to $13,000. Now the 38.2 is sitting at $22,873. It's a George number.
My God.
God damn, George was right. We're fucking fools.
He's always been right.
Who knows where it's going to move down to next time around? But even if it moves down, it's still going to be over $13,000 or $15,000, which is still fucking insane. Monthly right now, same thing. Momentum going up, volatility is going down. Gives you a target of the median. Median on the monthly is at 4,163. If it can close over that, volatility will start expanding with momentum going up, and that should give us a target somewhere around the 50% to the 61.8%. Those are pretty extreme numbers. $9,000 all the way up to 12,300. Like, oh my God. Last time around, on our previous top on our all-time highs, we went up right up to the what do you call it, the 78.6, but we didn't quite hit it. Right now, the 78.6 is at $21,000. Nice little dumpski on Bitcoin. 2 week is currently over the median. Right now, the median is sitting at what is that, $2,909, and momentum is going up. Volatility is still down. So if we close over this median in the next 4 days and 8 hours, volatility is going to start going up, and that's going to give us a target of the 78 points. First, the 61.8, and then the 78.6. 61.8 is currently sitting at our current all-time highs, 48.71, and then 78.6 is significantly above at 7,840. Weekly is currently brushing up against the top 38.2%. We're currently rejecting that for now, which is at 3,361. While momentum is pointed up and volatility is starting to point up too. So if it can close over this 38.2% area, we should get a move up towards this 61.8%, which is right under $4,000 at 3,950. The 5 day is basing off of the 50%, and it's rejecting currently the 61.8%. Usually whenever we do find some resistance around that 61.8%, like we did here, going up to our previous all-time highs, but it just back tests off of 9 EMA, and then it continues upwards again whenever momentum is pointed up like this, and momentum is in the bullish control zone. The last time that happened was right there on our February 2024 setup, whenever Bitcoin went to previous all-time highs, and volatility is pointed up too. And plus, as long as we're closing over 2,762 on this next 5 day open, this 21 and 55 are likely going to silver cross. Last time that happened was the Hamas setup, and that'll probably most likely take us over this 61.8%, probably even 78.6, somewhere closer to this 88.3, which is right now at current all-time highs. 2 days currently, momentum isn't in the bullish control zone. Volatility is kind of flipping down a little bit. The jewel is starting to curve back around again, starting to give us this light blue cyan, and it's entering into the bullish control zone. So we want to keep holding the 61.8. If we do, then momentum should start flipping back up. Then we should go towards our previous all-time highs, right in this area. But if we do lose the 61.8 at 3,167, probably going to come down a little bit, probably test this 9 EMA and this 38.2%, right under $3,000, so like 2,950. Daily is currently getting a bounce off this 5 EMA. We're currently over the 78.6. Momentum is starting to flip down. Volatility is flipping down. So if we lose the 78.6 and this 5 EMA right around $3,200, we should see a pretty sizable move down towards this 38.2%, which is currently under $2,900, like $28.90, $28.96. We currently do have a silver cross to the upside on Ethereum on the daily, which was confirmed in early November. And it wouldn't make sense to come back down to test this 9 EMA to retest the silver cross. 4 hours got a pretty strong close. If we're coming back down to retest this median right now at 3,265, we close over the median. So closing over and coming back to retest the median is usually a sign for a spring. Last time we did that was right over here. We came back, closed over it, sort of tested it, and then we sprung up towards $3,400. So what we would like to see right now is this median hold, and then we would expect to move towards the 78.6%, which is right now at 3,467. Momentum is starting to flip down a little bit, while volatility is nearing extreme lows. It's at 10% right now, and the jewel is flipping around too. It's about to reject getting into the bearish control zone. It's giving us this white neutral. On this next open, we can expect it to flip around into a light blue cyan. Right now, monthly on Ethereum has possible hidden bullish divergence in play right at the middle zone. We've broken back into the bullish control zone. And while volatility is at very low levels, it's at 18.9%. So if this confirms, it's going to confirm with any close this month over $2,767.50. We're quite a bit above that right now. We would target the bullish critical zone. And right now, I'm kind of scared to say this number, but this is at $7,568. Just below 69.
Damn.
Quarterly, let's see. We have a low right here, so 1,071. We have another low, 2,601. Higher low, lower on the RSI. That's hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. That should give us, and we're getting expanding volatility. We're at 40% currently. So that would give us a target of that bullish control zone first, and then the critical zone. Right now, the bullish control zone is at our previous all-time highs, 4,831. Critical zone, this number is very scary for me to even say, but it's at $14,400. We have never had hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly on Ethereum.
Oh, wow.
So does $10,000 sound that crazy then? I don't know. George is creaming his pants as we speak.
Oh my! At a point that very few people could understand.
He probably looks like Randy in that room.
That's right.
With the computer.
When he goes to California.
The 2-week is currently expanding from very low levels in volatility, like 11%. We're currently at 26.45%, and we have hidden bullish divergence confirmed right at the bearish control zone. So we have our first target met, the middle zone, but our next one from this low level of volatility would be the bullish control zone. Right now, that number is right under our previous all-time highs of 4,525. And then the number after that would be the critical zone. The critical zone currently is 9,733. Looks like it's about to be Ethereum season. Weekly is expanding from 5% volatility, 32%. Currently pointed up. Oh, man. And we've closed over the 21 EMA again. We're entering the bullish control zone. And with the volatility expansion, we can target the critical zone, which right now is at 5,438, new all-time highs. 5-day has confirmed bullish divergence with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and we're at 60%. Our next target is going to be the critical zone, which is at 3,777. But we probably go a little bit higher since our volatility is not anywhere near being tapped out. 3-day hidden bullish divergence, expanding volatility, should be targeting the critical zone, 3,965. 2-day also bullish divergence. Critical zone is at 4,117. Daily is at 3 periods of 100% volatility, though. We have 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed on the daily, and we have somewhat of, I guess, a bastardized inverse head and shoulders right here on the RSI. The critical zone right now is at 3,827. And then the 4-hour just confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence at about 48 minutes ago. So right now we've already hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone, but we're still not nearly topped out on our volatility. So you got to target the critical zone. Right now the critical zone is at $3,982. So multiple, the higher time frames are extremely bullish. Medium term time frames are sort of kind of corrective, and now the low time frames with the hidden bullish divergence confirmed. The only way to confirm that this divergence is to make a local low. So it's telling me that we're probably going to retest our current cycle highs. Somewhere around that $3,900 to $4,000 number.
God damn.
You remember that one time in, I believe it was 2022, when that picture came out of Vitalik and his meat and the Ethereum started pumping?
That's, come on. You guys have to see that we live in a simulation. There is no way in a real reality that someone's dick that manages whatever financial instrument just fucking pumps because people look at his big dick. Like, come on.
Ethereum had a pretty massive candle after everybody saw his meat.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why Buddy even uploaded that picture. You know, he knew what he was doing.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
Monthly momentum is still pointed down, and it's going to be down as long as we're below 3,593. So if our other time frames do play out and we go up towards that 3,900, 4,000 number, that would turn monthly volatility up, momentum up, and it would maintain the bullish control zone too. Last time we entered the bullish control zone was the Hamas setup.
Mm,
2-week is currently flipping back up, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above 2,424, and we're getting expanding volatility with it too. See if I draw this. If we close over $3,666 over in a 1-2 week candle, then we're going to have to target the 161.8%. That is at 5,344, which is very similar to our previous HPDR target and RSI target as well. So that's new all-time highs right there already. Weekly expanding volatility from 8%, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 2,475. And we rejected having that silver cross to the downside. It was about to silver cross, but then we got this green candle up, and this silver cross was invalidated. Never happened. 5 days about a freshly silver cross back up to the upside. Last time that ever happened was on the Hamas setup. We're getting expanding volatility from 8%. We're at 60% now. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 3,140, and we're going to be entering the bullish control zone. Last time we entered the bullish control zone on the 5-day, right here in January of 2024, when we went from about $2,288 to $4,000. 2-day expanding volatility, we're at 94% though, so I would expect maybe one more spike and then probably some consolidation there. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 2,717, and we're going to enter the critical zone. Last time we entered the critical zone, January, February of 2024, when we went from 2022s to $4,000. Daily also has a fresh silver cross, and we closed over the 200. We're above every one of our major moving averages. We have 3 periods of 100% volatility on the daily, and we're going to flip down on this daily close if we close below 3,411. So basically, bulls have to step in today if they don't want to have some consolidation and pullback. We've got to take price over $3,412.
oh,
4-hour volatility is currently contracting after many different periods of 100%, which is crazy to me. See volatility contracting while price is just going vertical. We're about to enter into the bearish control zone. But if we close above $3,278, that will reject, and then momentum will start flipping back up. And usually, whenever we see a rejection of the bearish control zone, we have a pretty aggressive move towards the upside. Right now, I'm sorry.
Sorry. So 32.7. What happens if you go under 32.77?
Then it's going to enter into the bearish control zone, and then we should expect some consolidation on price.
I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Thank you.
So the low time frames are giving me an idea that the local bottom is probably in, especially since we confirmed that 4-hour hidden bullish divergence. The higher time frames are giving me astronomical, retarded numbers that I don't even feel comfortable saying. And it seems as of this moment that the medium-term time frame corrections could be over. We'd have to wait for this next 4-hour candle to see some follow through. And then I would expect the higher time frames to take over and this thing to just go to retarded levels.
Beautiful. Got new holdings for you, sir. But first, can I show you guys this guy?
The reason I didn't look at ETH-BTC right now is because Bitcoin dominance is going in up-only mode, so it's kind of not really helpful, in my opinion.
Yeah. Completely agree. Let me show you this. Hang on. Let me get up.
Oh.
Oh, so cute.
Come here, Pat.
What's his name?
Little guy.
We were gonna call him Vinny, but he's not gonna be Vinny. He's gonna be something else. We don't know yet.
Is he Italian?
He is. Oh, Vinny. Come on.
He's so happy. That's so cute.
He's so cute. Come on. Okay. Sorry. Is he gonna? Yes, he's coming back in. He just wants to get rubs. Oh, what a good boy. Sorry, it's been a while.
How are those AirPods Max? You like them or no?
Oh, they're my favorite. My favorite.
I've been like asking people because I want to get a pair, but they all tell me they're too heavy.
I don't care. It's just headphones. It's not like it doesn't weigh like a lot. I don't know. Maybe some people are vaginas.
Maybe I was about to say maybe they're just pussies.
Yeah. All right, I got new holdings for you, sir, and I'll do Ethereum right now. Thank you. Okay, estamos viendo Ethereum y vieron al Chaparro, no sabemos cómo se llama todavía, está por aquí que quiere que nada más le demos cariño, y obviamente durmió en nuestra cama, valió madres todo y ahora sus deseos son nuestras órdenes. Estamos viendo Ethereum en temporalidades altas. Lo primero que me voló la cabeza que vi del análisis de Farhan es esto. En la trimestral, esta es la primera vez que tiene un drive, o sea, tiene una divergencia alcista en el RSI. Y pueden ver por qué. Ha estado en un uptrend. Lo que está buscando es simplemente hacer un nuevo bajo por acá, pero pueden ver lo agresivo de este uptrend acá. Entonces, la fuerza que lleva Ethereum, por más que haya parecido que pues simplemente no está haciendo nada, es una consolidación bastante fuerte y con una dirección potente. Vamos rápidamente a ver cómo la volatilidad está expandiendo. Encontró suelo, es el nivel más bajo de volatilidad que ha tenido, que fue en 32%, y ahora está en 40% y expandiendo a la alza. Temporalidades altas en Ethereum nos dan objetivos que me da pena decir. Pena, pero los voy a decir. Objetivo a la alza en Ethereum hasta los 22,000, se los juro por mi vida, discúlpenme, $22,000, $13,000. Los más razonables están por ahí de los 7,000, pero todo suena como un libro, un cuento de hadas. Vale, vamos al gráfico mensual rápidamente para que podamos ver cómo en el gráfico mensual había levantado la volatilidad, había caído y ahora está yéndose de lado. Mientras más te acercas al día de hoy, más en temporalidades, lo que nos cuenta el RSI es que probablemente vayamos a ver un poco de consolidación, si es que no es lo que ya hemos visto, y después una continuación a números completamente ridículos. En la semanal es buena también, porque puedes ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo junto con el movimiento. La volatilidad está acá, no tuvo un setup de jamás, el setup de jamás que tuvo Ethereum estuvo acá, pero comparable, bastante relativo, la volatilidad llegó por ahí abajo, entonces tenemos un setup de Siria o Irán, un setup cinético, lo que nos dará un zampompazo muy parecido al de Solamis, así que atención ahí. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos en Ethereum? Yo creo que puesto sencillo pueden ver acá en la volatilidad cómo estamos a tope en la diaria y se está empezando a dar la vuelta a la baja. Estamos esperando a ver un poco de consolidación diaria por acá antes de dar continuación a la alza. Ahora, ¿qué objetivos tenemos en Ethereum? Bastante sencillo. Si queremos ser alcistas y sentirnos bastante bien de cómo se está moviendo esto, definitivamente queremos tener cierres arriba de esta línea meme, los 341. ¿Dónde empezaría a ponerse un poco más correctivo el pedo? Si perdemos los 3,277, estamos en 2,290. Entonces, los 3,290. Si perdemos los 3,277 en el cierre diario y tal vez otro, empezaremos a ver una corrección un poco más agresiva de lado en Ethereum, en lo que esto se resetea, sobre todo cuando volteas a ver la volatilidad de 4 horas, puedes ver de dónde, lo extremo que estuvo y se fue de lado en lo que subía el precio. Puedes ver que está todo un poco sobrelevantado, si lo quieres ver así, pero va a venir en camino de vuelta para poder continuar a largo plazo. Así que la zona de los 3,277 a la baja, 3,411, atención por ahí y vámonos. Alex, what do you got for me?
Yes, we got Target.
Oh, that's Target. People just need to fucking tell us the name of the company sometimes.
Yeah, right? I didn't know that was a ticker symbol. Target's actually looking quite good. We're getting a few volatility setups we'll talk about. First, on the 2-day. So we see the 2-day reclaimed all the major moving averages. And we even have right now, it's unconfirmed. We have a daily silver cross. And we see here, after reclaiming that daily SMA 200, we actually even opened on a back test. We opened above. We basically back tested it, and now we're kind of in no man's land. And this drawing is represented kind of the last lower high that bulls want to break. Why I'm more on the camp that this probably will keep moving up is simply because of where we see daily volatility. It's expanding, and I do believe, weekly here is also giving a setup. On target. we have two sessions of zero volatility. And even on this nice pump of 4.6%, which is pretty big for a company like Target, you know, that to me is telling me that bulls are taking control here. This isn't the place to bid, though. I would be personally waiting for this weekly to close. Once this weekly closes, what I'd be watching for is that 152 to 153 tap. What that'll do is it'll retest that weekly EMA 100. We go and view this range on Target just forming here. We see we lose the EMA 100, we rally to it, and we reject, and then we reject, and then we reclaim it, and then we come down and we can't hold it, and then we fall, and then it quickly gets reclaimed again, and then it held until it got lost, and now we're holding it again. So with all that said, what you'd really be wanting is when you're seeing a cluster of moving averages like that, it's telling you that right around this zone here, around 152 to maybe even all the way to 151, should be an opportunity for bulls, in my opinion. And that's why if we watch the candle that's closing in 2 days here, maybe opening on a pullback into next week shouldn't surprise anyone, and that should act as like an opportunity for a move higher. You'll know that this move. This is, in my opinion, confirming the breakout simply when we break this wick high here. We view this on a 2-day. You can kind of see this was the last major high before we came down. Bulls want to basically break this pretty bad evening star that happened here on the 2-day. Once we break that, it'll give us the fuel, I think, to actually test that 168. That 168 is a big decision maker for Target, because that's kind of where, once we get above that, we like to squeeze up to that 180s. It's happened each time we've gotten above it, even here too. So ideally, that's kind of the end goal, is the 180s. And then from there, it's at that point, we're going to have to see where, the weekly is, because if we're approaching the 180s on Target, and what I like about that is it's lining up with that weekly SMA 200, a major resistance for Target, which makes sense. And it's kind of crazy to see, once Target reclaimed it here in 2018, we held it the whole way up. We lost it slightly, flirted with it until we had the full breakdown, and even had this bearish retest telling me it's resistance. So any rallies to that 180 to 175 should be looked at with a lot of caution. And then if we actually start reclaiming that, then that'll be a really key sign, in my opinion, that we're probably going to get the momentum that we need to actually test 237. But in order for that to do that, we need volatility to start expanding. So with that said, Target's looking really constructive, especially when we're viewing it on a monthly too. We're now getting back above all my bull market requirements, right? The daily is reclaiming the SMA 200, back above the EMA 100. The weekly is holding that weekly EMA 9, which is what we, if it wants to load, which is exactly what we'd want. We're now busting through it. So you'd want a back test here to really solidify that, leading into the monthly, if it wants to come up, actually reclaiming the 9. If all these things happen, then I don't see why Target wouldn't actually, go up. And especially when we get a massive weekly volatility setup, if we go and actually look at the last time we had something like this. Let's see, the last time we had this volatility setup on the weekly was Target, was right around here.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll just call it there when it started to expand. And then, that led for Target, this is insane, a 17% dump. That to me tells me that this move on 2, and this was on 3 sessions. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 sessions of zero volatility. So we're at 2 sessions. There's a good chance we're going to be maybe on a 3rd one, giving us around the same setup. If, obviously, if this starts expanding, where I think it could be right around that 180, that 17% move from maybe that 180 zone. Let's see, take us right around that 211. Kind of feeling that inefficiency here. So that's kind of what's cooking for bulls. That's what we want to watch closely. Things on the higher time frames are really developing nicely. What you don't want to do is front run things and think we're about to break out, and then you start longing here. We get a very obvious pullback into these moving average clusters. And at that point you'll start panicking. That's why it's always better just to wait. Because we're talking about a potential 2 to 3% pullback here. But I do think once that weekly opens and retests, we're going to probably get some kind of spring there. And then ideally, the daily setup kind of bleeds into the weekly. Because the daily is looking bullish. This is exactly what you'd want to see. Now, since we just reclaimed that SMA 200, an easy point for anyone trading this on the daily is we just want that to hold. Big moves down happen when we stop holding that SMA 200. It doesn't look like a lot, but on this one, this led to a 3% move. Here, when it lost it, led to a 7% move. And then even here, rejecting it on the wick low led to a 5% move. So with that said, this is a pretty strong area of support, and it's going to get supported by the 9. So, if you're bullish, you really just want this to keep holding the SMA 200. We obviously can wick below and tap the EMA 100, but you just don't want any closing bases under that SMA 200. You would ideally, want this to maybe close like it is, open on a pullback, test the 9. That probably goes into the weekly, opening up red once it closes the candle. And then you'll get that confirmation of a breakout once we break this wick high. To me, that's kind of the setup I'm seeing. It seems very easy. You just need to have patience, but it's in the process of breaking out. And this volatility expanding is pretty fresh. And we had how many sessions? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see here, just out of my curiosity. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5. Okay, so
but to the downside too, that was insane.
Yeah, so we'll use the last volatility setup, which was right here. When we started to expand, let me do that here. And it was tiny. It was, I think, to the upside, like 3%. It was pretty weak. So, then at that point, let's use then the one like right here where we had 5. It's more similar, I guess. And then at that point, it was like right around there. And then so this one is kind of more on par with the setup we're getting here. So once it started to expand from the extremes, yeah, that was, again, a 17, 18% move. So, we're getting, again, on the weekly and on the daily, we're kind of getting the same volatility setups. And that's why I do think, from when this started to expand, which is right around here, an almost 12% move would take us that 167. So, in summary, you're essentially just going to want to bid the daily SMA 200. That should act as a pretty big opportunity for target. We know with these boomer stocks that SMA 200 and EMA 100 usually acts as pretty big support. And then when we start losing it, it's kind of in bear market territory. So reclaiming this is telling me that this could be in the midst of like a major breakout. And that's kind of what we're seeing with the volatility setup on the weekly. These two here are the last ones that we had, and this led to a major dump. So now we're getting on the flip side with bulls trying to take control, reclaim all major moving averages. I just still think it's wiser. And I'm going to probably give the Academy a long trigger on this soon. But we first just want to see a pullback here. 150s and 153s. That'd make a lot of sense to me. That's kind of all I see with target. I'll look at the monthly and the quarterly before. I already looked at the monthly. So, the weekly then will bleed into the monthly. And once the monthly reclaims that 34 and holds, to me, then that'll just be more confirmation of a move up to 167. Curious to see how the quarterly close. And let me just delete that. And so the nice part about the quarterly is, we see here, we were pretty heavily under that 9 and even rejected hard from it. We rallied up. We lost the 9, unfortunately, but the 21 still held. And then this last quarterly close, we reclaimed it, and now we're actually using the 21 into support and healthily above the 9. So, it just plays into kind of what I'm seeing with, excuse me, overall targets looking quite bullish. You really want to have patience here, because even if the daily's firing off volatility setup, this weekly is still fresh and it's still stronger. I wouldn't long on this 4%, almost 5% weekly candle. I'd be waiting for a retest right around that 152 to 153. And then there's going to be an opportunity. You'll start being cautious, though. We start losing that 153 zone on a daily closure, because what that would mean is we're losing that SMA 200. And just simply put, moves down happen once we lose it. So as long as we're above it, we're in bull mode. You should be watching for at least a daily silver cross retest, which again lines up right around my zone on the weekly, right around 152.68. So more confluence to that. Watch 151 to 153. And you kind of know where you're wrong on this trade. It's based on a daily. But as long as it's above, then there's more of a probability of the weekly firing off. And look at this 2-week candle. I mean, that's insane. And it bounced where it needed to, and it never broke, you know, the low it made in September 9th. So it's looking quite strong. But even where this 2-week is going to close, which is in 2 days, you'd still expect some kind of pullback here and retest. We always get that. We get big moves up, and then what? We retest. And then we launch and then retest and then launch. But the difference between all these retests is what? We don't hold the 2-week EMA 100. So, you know, that's kind of what bulls want. And if you watch closely, the blue and the green, the 2-week 9 and the 2-week EMA 9 and the 2-week EMA 100s all around the same zone, right around the zone I talked about on the daily and the weekly. So, you know, we're getting a lot of confluence on probably a pullback before we break the high here. That's probably going to be an opportunity before we start seeing the weekly expand. So that's kind of what I see with Target. It's looking bullish. I am bullish on it. It looks like it's, you know, in the process of potentially breaking out. And once it does break that 167, I'm going to be looking at that as like a range break. Because since we fell into this range back in May, you know, we've been just kind of in it. If we range break it, you know, that could really start looking good. And then we have, you know, a pretty nice gap around 200 on Target if you guys like gaps. And again, this is something like Farhan mentioned, these gaps here don't need to get filled right away. You know, this was formed in May of 2022. And now we're potentially, you know, approaching 2025 talking about this could fill. That's why if you only gap trade, you know, it's not the best setup or strategy in my opinion. But that's kind of all I see with Target. Hopefully that made sense. It looks bullish. The volatility looks like primed to move out and break out. It just all really will depend on the back test, because we want this chart to prove to us that all those major reclaims that we're getting on the weekly, 2-week, and even daily just hold. And it's all around the same area. So if the daily starts losing that SMA 200, you're probably should be more defensive then.
That's right. That's right. What was I going to say? Let me show you something on Target too. Like, this is pretty stupid, obviously, but it is what it is. On a weekly, this is a mega.
I was going to mention that. That is true. I was looking at that actually, and I agree with you. Pretty insane.
Mega.
And it's
and
clean.
The target, hey, and the target for Target would be all-time highs, basically. So interesting.
Yeah, and that could line up with a 2-week volatility firing off.
Yes, indeed.
So. Yeah.
I think it's doable simply because they've closed so many stores already. They've cut so many people that work there that they can adjust to the new, because everyone really was just adjusting to selling online rather than all the bullshit that they're saying. They don't want to have stores anymore because it's retarded. You need only a certain amount of stores, not all of them.
Do you think Trump's presidency is bullish for Target too? Because, you know, like in California, as you know, they lock all the shit up. They're closing stores.
Well, but they're making crime illegal, dude.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, true.
What a thought.
Maybe
I
like,
know. By the way, yeah, right.
who knows? Yeah, because Target is looking good, and it looks like it wants to break out. Obviously, over time, right? It doesn't move like Rivian, but you know, it's still over time. Like, you know, early 2025 looks like it's going to have bullish momentum.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Farhan, you're doing new holdings.
Yep.
And for you, sir, we got Take Two Interactive Software.
Okay.
Which is T2 spelled out.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I'll get to Target right now. Vale, estamos viendo Target en este momento en un gráfico semanal. Lo primero, solamente aquí quiero que vean y analicemos el gráfico sencillamente de la manera más básica para todos ustedes que apenas acaban de ver el Zero a Trader o lo que sea y están apenas dándose una idea. Aquí les va. Punto importante, pivote para el precio de Target. Esta línea en los 180. ¿Por qué? Porque puedes ver que cuando rompes esta línea y estás por encima, estás hablando de irte a niveles de $260. Es cuando viene a visitar justamente todos estos niveles. Entonces, la expansión encima de esto es exagerada. La expansión abajo de esto es lo dividimos en diferentes tiers, ¿no? Si lo quieres ver así, podrías ponerlo así. Y hasta otra línea ahí justamente donde está. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hemos visto? Hicimos un máximo histórico en agosto del 2021. Desde entonces, no, en realidad fue este. en noviembre del 2021. Desde entonces hemos caído, recuperamos, caímos, hemos rangueado, caímos aún más. Estos niveles de octubre del 2023, esto fue cuando fue el fondo del mercado tradicional y ahora Target va para arriba. Antes de entrar en simplemente analizar la gráfica, déjenme les digo esto. Ya han cerrado las suficientes tiendas y despedido a la gente necesaria que tienen que despedir. Y además de eso, el crimen en California y en todo Estados Unidos es ilegal una vez más. Todavía no lo pueden enforzar el día de hoy, pero el crimen es ilegal, lo que nos va a hacer pensar que esto le vaya a ir bien porque la gente dejó de ir a tiendas. Vale, vamos con el análisis. Venimos literalmente de este fondo tan delicioso que habíamos visto y ahora vamos en camino para arriba. Pum, 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 rangueando por acá. En la semanal, y déjenme, simplemente me aseguro. Tengo que prender esto. Exactamente, en la semanal estamos preparando un setup estilo jamás. Ahora, en Target les gusta estos setups a veces, hacerte un juego sucio, puedes verlo. Tienes la volatilidad expandiendo. ¿Dónde está el 15% en esta mamada? Aquí. Básicamente acá. Tienes la volatilidad expandiendo acá, ¿no? En estos setups vamos a analizarla rápidamente. Aquí es donde la rompe y puedes ver el putazo que da a la alza. Esta fue a la baja, ¿ok? Esta expansión se dio bajando. Esta expansión más o menos te la dio como de vamos a seguir bajando, pero no fue continuación. En realidad fue una reversa. Ahora, a Target en la semanal, vamos a ver la mensual rápido. La mensual está reseteando absolutamente toda su volatilidad y no hemos visto niveles tan bajos desde el 2016 en la volatilidad de Target en el gráfico mensual, que es bastante alcista. Me checo el trimestral. El trimestral está ajustando de lado y para abajo. Interesante. Ok, no tengo nada acá que me dé un setup tranquilo y fácil de ver. Déjame ver las 2 semanas. Igual las 2 semanas tiene otro. En las 2 semanas, Target está más abajo. La única vez que ha estado más abajo es en el 2017. ¿Qué pasó cuando por fin superamos el 15% en el 2017? Vamos a ver, vamos a analizar el precio con esta línea. Ok. Una vez que la volatilidad empezó a expandir en el 2017, no sé hasta dónde te lo quieras llevar, pero fue un 390%. Ok. Estamos una vez más reseteando esa volatilidad y vamos entonces de lleno al análisis que nos dio Alex por acá, porque también en la diaria, para todos ustedes que tal vez no lo sepan, empezamos a ver esta volatilidad y expansión. La volatilidad fue nula, empezamos a ver la expansión arriba del 15%, estamos en 46% y el precio target está subiendo. Ok, entendemos entonces que la volatilidad probablemente nos ayude a empujar el precio de target. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? Simplemente porque hemos creado este bajo y ha habido bajos más altos, nosotros creemos que porque este bajo es más alto, es más bajo que este, que es bueno. Y ahora, lo único que no hemos hecho son altos. Altos se están comprimiendo y lo pueden ver. Acá, la jugada que nosotros creemos va a darnos target es esta, y verlo en la diaria. El promedio de las 200. Siempre hemos dicho cuando todos los promedios se juntan en un lugar, es cuando te ayudan mucho más a expandir el movimiento, ya sea arriba o abajo, y esto va para arriba por lo que pinta. Estamos por encima del promedio de los 200. Eso es lo primero que les quiero enseñar. Déjenme tapo todos menos el 200, porque al 200, al precio, cada que está por encima, expande a la alza y cada que está por abajo, da un buen un corrijón. Lo pueden ver acá que intentó regresar. ¡Pum! Tirada. Acá lo rompimos y tuviste esta mega expansión. Luego acá caíste y ¡boom! Tirada. Y lo mismo por acá. Entonces, tienes el promedio de las 200. Déjame pongo el 21, el 9, el 100, el 55 y ya. Que son los fuertes. Ok, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la diaria. Eso es fresco, literalmente se acaba de dar. Oportunidad es un regreso a la zona de los 152. Eso o los 153.90, que es donde se encuentra el promedio de Target. En este momento Target está cotizando en 156.88. Lo primero que quieres ver si eres alcista es poder romper esta zona de los 157.08. Vas a probablemente romperlo en estos segundos en lo que estoy hablando como perico, pero acá, en nuestra opinión, lo que va a intentar hacer el precio es decirte ¡pum! Y que va a bajar para que creas que está creando un alto más bajo y que des preferencia a la bajada. ¿Y qué es lo que haría Target en ese entonces? ¡Pum! ¡Boom, boom, boom! A la alza. Es lo que creemos. Aquí hay un trade bastante sencillo. Yo creo que la entrada sería la primera, el 153.96, o donde esté el SMA 200 en la diaria. Y para tu segunda entrada usaría el promedio de las 9. El 21, que está tan cerca también en los 152.08, sería mi último punto de, ok, si rompes eso a la baja me voy, y en los 151, el promedio de los 55, me salgo si es que lo llegas a perder. Ahora, ha hecho varios SFPs, simplemente para que sepan y lo tengan en mente, pero yo creo que no te va a dar debajo del promedio de las 200. Personalmente creo que se va a aguantar ahí. Y esto se ve bastante alcista. Otra cosa fuerte que vemos en este gráfico, y déjame pongo el de 2 semanas, a ver si el 2 semanas también lo pinta, lo ilustra como se debe. Acá, ¿qué es lo que estás viendo? Déjame quito todo el ruido del gráfico. Lo que estamos viendo por acá, a todos ustedes que les gusta los patrones y formaciones de vela, es un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso. El target de este hombro cabeza inverso, para todos ustedes que tal vez no sepan cómo medir un hombro cabeza inverso, es sencillo. Me elimino esto exactamente. El target de esto es el punto más bajo o más alto, pero este es un inverso, entonces el punto más bajo a donde está el cuello, la línea del cuello. La línea del cuello está en los 180, por lo que también valida la idea de que si rompes los 180, te va a dar un buen madrazo a la alza. Ahora, ¿a dónde nos vamos a la alza? Y vean esto, la confluencia a básicamente casi máximos históricos. Así que Target se ve alcista. Una acción boomer, definitivamente, se tarda tiempo, toma su tiempo, pero pueden ver acá justamente, básicamente, todas las deliciosas entradas y cómo todos los promedios en casi todas las temporalidades están justamente en el mismo nivel, por ahí de los 152. Estamos entrando en este techo plano, este triángulo ascendente. Esto a la alza va a ser potente. Así que pongan atención, y además también, esto, para que sepan, esto también es un triángulo ascendente. This is an ascending triangle, right? So, you have it here. Y el objetivo sería la parte hasta abajo del triángulo ascendiente, que coincide también con la del Head and Shoulders en reversa a la alza. Estos movimientos por acá. Atención acá al 175, que es donde está el promedio semanal de las 200. Esa probablemente sea una línea de resistencia y la que queramos romper y definitivamente aguantar por encima, porque una vez que lo hacemos, el precio explota al alza. Ahí lo tienen, Target, que sigue new. Who's doing new holdings?
Me.
Fine.
New.
Let's start on the monthly because we don't have enough data to do quarterly. So this currently on the month, damn, this thing's up
Insane.
only since about March. It's currently back tested this median and this 5 EMA, then it's getting a spring off of there, brushing up against this top 38.2, which is $15.81. If we get, that's considered the breakout zone. If we do get a close over that, then we should expect a pretty aggressive move towards the upside. Last time we closed over the top 38.2 was way back over here in May of 2023. And then after that move, we got another 130 something percent to the upside. Pretty crazy. Our HPDR momentum fully reset. Now it's flipping back up. Volatility is flipping back up from literally 0%. We're at 33%. We can easily see a move on this thing out to the 88.3, maybe even the 95%. Last time it hit the 100%. I just don't like throwing out the 100% as a target. The 95% is sitting at right at $19.26. 100% is sitting at $21. The 2 week is already well over it. We're currently brushing up against the 61.8. If we close over the 61.8, we should get a move towards this 95-97% area, and that is at $21. That lines up with that monthly 100%. 2 week momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone. The volatility is flipped up as well, 64%. The jewel is starting to flip back around within the bullish control zone. And last time we flipped back and switched to the cyan light blue, it was way back here. And this was in November of 2023. Let's draw a little vertical line there and see what happened. About 100% to the upside after that happened. Not too bad. And this was in roughly a year. 100% up on a traditional stock in a year is pretty crazy. Weekly currently is same setup as the monthly. We were brushing up against the top 38 too. Last time we closed against over that on the weekly was January of 2024 before this massive move to the upside. Momentum is currently pointed up, just about to break into the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up as well, and the jewel is already giving us this light blue cyan color within the bullish control zone. 5-day momentum is pointed towards the upside. Volatility is starting to point down. Same thing with the jewel, light blue cyan within the bullish control zone. We're currently over the median. If we do close over the median, then with how low our volatility is, basically at extreme lows, 7%. Next open is probably going to go lower. We can see a move towards this 50% or at least 50% to the 61.8, and that would put us somewhere between $17 and $18. 2 days kind of getting a little bit of a pullback right now, finding resistance at this top 38 too. As long as, and we're going to close in 3 hours and 33 minutes. As long as we're rejecting this top 38 too, and we get a candle like this, we're probably going to come back and minimum retest this median, which is at $15.30. Usually this median doesn't hold after a close like that, but I don't know if this time is different or not, because everything is literally in up only mode. Bears have no power at all. Bears are fatherless at the moment. They can't really do anything.
Good one.
So if we do bounce there, that would be about 1527, 1530. But if we don't hold that area, usually we come down to the bottom 38 too. And right now that is at about $14.45, and it would be a perfect retest of this 21 EMA. I would look for that to hold though, especially because our momentum is going to fully reset, volatility is going to reset, and then from there we should see expansion towards the upside. Daily momentum is currently up within the bullish control zone. Volatility is up too. We got our close over the 38 too. So it wouldn't make sense to come back down, retest this 9 EMA or this 5 EMA right next to the 61.8 to 50%, possibly down to like $15.30. And then I would expect these ranges to step up, and then we can see another move towards the upside. 4 hour right now is also closed above this top 38 too. Now we're coming back down to retest it, retesting this 5 EMA, while momentum is starting to break out of the down from the bullish control zone, and volatility is resetting. So if we do hold this 38 too, I would expect us to the ranges to step up, and then we can see some more continuation, and then this momentum will probably break back into the bullish control zone. Switch to the momentum chart.
So holding the 38% and not falling underneath it will give you a move to where?
You should see an expansion from there towards the 61.8.
Got it. Thank you.
Monthly is going to be pointed up, and we're going to stay within the critical zone as long as we're closing over $15.84. We're currently below that, but we have 16 days to go. So probably we'll end up going up another 15 cents. Doesn't seem that hard. 2-week volatility is expanding from about 20%. We're currently at 34%. We're right at the edge of the critical zone. If we close over $14.93, we're going to flip back up, and we're going to maintain the critical zone. Last time we flipped back up within the critical zone was right here, whenever we went up that about 43%, and then right here where we went up even a lot more than that, about 80, 81, 82%. Is this time different? Probably not. Weekly right now is starting to expand from extreme lows on volatility all the way down to 9%. Same setup where we're flipping back up at the edge of the critical zone, and momentum is going to stay up as long as we're above $15.14. Okay, and then switch to the 5-day. 5-day moment volatility is starting to contract from the middle zone, 50% area. It's all the way down to 20% currently, and we're about to flip back up on momentum and on the edge of the bullish critical zone. Momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're about $14.75. This thing likes to use on the 5-day this 21 EMA as like a spring point. 2-day volatility starting to contract again. It's below the moving average now. It's at 53%. Momentum is going to flip down if we close today below $15.91, and that'll be a rejection of the critical zone. And then from there, we can expect to see a move towards the edge of the bullish control zone. That would coincide with probably another retest of this 21, maybe break it and come down to the 55. Daily right now, volatility is expanding from, what is that, like 43%. Momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $15.03. Very nice, $15.69. And momentum is going to break into the bullish critical zone as long as we're closing above $15.03. And the 4-hour currently is contracting also on volatility, dropping below the moving average. And we're going to break into the critical zone, and momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $15.51. So it's kind of looking to me like on the low time frames, as long as this next 4-hour close holds where it is now, that we should see our short-term local bottom in, and we should see the higher term time frame start to bleed back in, and then this should continue its way upwards and onwards up and to the right. It looks actually very bullish to be on the monthly and those time frames like that. So, and the low time frames like the 4-hour are looking like the bottom is in. So we should see some continuation, in my opinion, in the next like 1 or 2 weeks on this to the upside.
It's phenomenal. Glad Warren Buffett is making more money. He needs.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough of that, right?
No. He definitely needs more money, dude. Come on, fucking Warren.
You know he holds more treasuries than the U.S. government.
Well, that's why to me the trade right now is cash, and that would explain if we do go into the Argentina type of trade. Anyone that doesn't have cash is fucked because everything will deflate versus cash, and then those who hold cash will make the most money, and this is why all companies have so much cash too, in my view. I just think that we're up only and going so fast because the party's going to end way quicker than everybody thinks. We just need to get to that point, flip the bags, take your money out, and that, it's basically what happens in every single cycle, but it's happening faster, according to me, which I could be absolutely wrong, like always. Ask my wife if not. For you, sir, I got Enovix next. Okay. Vamos a ver, New Holdings, la empresa de inversión de Warren Buffett. Esta es, o sea, honestamente, solamente viendo esto, qué gráfico. Cuando abrió esta cosa salió en $11. En este momento está cotizando en 15.70, pero el viaje que se dio hasta el fondo en los $3 ha permitido que toda esa gente haga una cantidad absolutamente brutal de dinero, mínimo un 5X en su dinero hasta ahora, desde mayo del 2022 o más o menos enero del 2023. Movimientos potentes. New Holdings le gusta aguantar la 9 en todas las temporalidades. Vamos a empezar, es que no hay trimestral por lo poco que puedes ver acá, pero ponemos la mensual y puedes ver que la volatilidad está simplemente yéndose de lado. En lo que va cayendo, no está reaccionando en ningún punto, no nos da ninguna pista de absolutamente nada. En la de 2 semanas es donde se empieza a calentar la cosa, porque la volatilidad empieza a retomar en lo que el precio está subiendo. Puedes ver que venimos a buscar este wick que había causado, esta es una vela topera. Esta vela mensual, de 2 semanas, cierra en 2 días y 4 horas. ¿Cómo puedes invalidar una idea o un trade? Acá puedes invalidar esta vela topera. Eso quiere decir que te está diciendo que llegaste al tope. ¿Cómo? Si tienes un cierre arriba de esta zona, del tope de esta vela. Con 1 o 2 cierres, depende de cuál sea tu sistema que usas, arriba de los 15.97, esto te diría que invalidaste esta vela y esto no tiene ya nada que ver y no estés hablando de tope. Eso es lo primero que tenemos que entender absolutamente todos. ¿Cómo te diría que esta vela tiene razón si cierras abajo el 14.26? Es llevarte todo el cuerpo de la vela de un lado o del otro y tener el cierre abajo o arriba de. Eso es lo que invalida la vela previa que te estaba diciendo una historia. Ahora, vean, esta es una vela alcista de a madre. Este es un potentísimo hammerhead. Es básicamente esta vela al revés. ¿Y dónde cerró? Cerró aquí arriba esta, por supuesto. Tenía que simplemente cerrar arriba de los 12.65 y se fue hasta los 14.66. Potente, potente, potente. En temporalidades más cortas empezamos a ver cómo la volatilidad empieza a expander al mismo tiempo que el precio está subiendo. Sobre todo en la diaria, por ejemplo, empieza a moverse para arriba en lo que el precio está yéndose un poco de lado, pero esta temporalidad nos está diciendo que esto es lo que estamos esperando. Esto, bueno, en general, esto es lo que estamos esperando en New Holdings. Probablemente un coqueteo con el promedio de las 9, que está en los 15.38. Algo que vale la pena decir es un cierre arriba de 15.69 en temporalidad semanal nos pondría en una muy buena posición para pensar que el fondo de esta corrección es justamente este y vamos a continuar este camino ya sea por acá o por acá, para arriba y para arriba. No tenemos nada que nos diga que esto va a bajar. Yo creo no perder el nivel de los $15 es esencial para el precio de New Holdings. Y acá, en la parte de arriba, donde está los 15.99, una vez que tengas un cierre encima de esto, el precio va a continuar consolidando y continuar empujando a la alza. No hay ningún patrón ni nada que puedas ver en New Holdings. Es una empresa relativamente nueva, perdón. Es una empresa relativamente nueva, por lo que no hay tanto que ver. No tienes hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, no tienes nada más que una línea alcista, una tendencia alcista, básicamente. A Nu no le gusta estar abajo de los 11.23. Yo pondría aquí como una línea en la arena, pero definitivamente ahorita quieres esta jugosa tendencia alcista. Aprovecha. Probablemente haya consolidación en esta zona antes de continuar el breakout, pero como les dije, si tenemos un cierre semanal en los 15.69, estamos un poco ahí, nos estaría diciendo que probablemente las estadísticas nos favorecen a que esto va a ser el fondo de esta vela y vámonos para adelante. Bastante alcista, honestamente, New Holdings. Objetivos son relativamente buenos, pero de nuevo, no tienes tantos datos como para poder exprimir la naranja como se debe con New Holdings. All right, Alex, we're ready.
Nice. So Take-Two Interactive Software. You know, it's funny because I don't remember charting this, but I guess we did chart it. And it's funny just the interaction around that 140 level. You know, it's pretty important. It's just like what I said earlier in the stream. You know, usually when we get these SFPs, you know, follow through, these often trap shorts, we quickly reclaim a major level, right? Major support, we reclaimed it, went up. You know, oftentimes these SFPs act as just traps before we can at least catch a bid. This bid actually, you know, took us somewhere. And so we see here, we broke the last lower high, and that's kind of what gapped us up. And so, you know, even though Take-Two is looking good, I still think it's in a zone right now where you should be cautious for at least a slight pullback. We know that volatility is at 97.62%. We see here on the HBDR bands, we are technically above that 180 resistance I have. We never closed above it. And so today's closure is going to be key. You know, it wouldn't really surprise me to see it maybe go to like 183 to 184, and then we'll have to see if it comes back down before the closing under 180. If it can hold 180, that's the new zone. And you essentially would want bulls to just keep consolidating above 180 while we reset volatility, make the daily 9 move up, supporting price action. And so we're at a very precarious spot. If we go to the monthly, it also ties into what I see on the daily. We very easily could go to 184. Right there, though, I am expecting some kind of pullback. And then on the daily, that'll either take us back under 180 and we'll close back under it. And then we're still in this range of 180 resistance and support at 140. Or we, you know, hit 184, the daily comes down, we test 180 again, and we spring from there, leading to a nice girthy green dildo. Even though this is already girthy, it can still be more girthy. And we actually close above the 50%, giving us a nice probable move up to the 200s. But until then, we're at the point where, you know, bears could take control here. We're at resistance. We know this stock likes to pump And then at 180, that's usually where it likes to find some major rejection through and through. And so that is something to be mindful of. We also see the monthlies at extreme low volatility, and it's starting to curve up. Now remember, once this hits 15% right there, we'll basically get the expansion and the move. So that's why I think it's, wise to be more caution here when we have a monthly volatility setup, because what you don't want is for this to hit it, roll over, and we start rejecting, giving us the expansion with volatility. But for now, depending on where this daily is going to close, still looking good. We're still holding the daily 9. We're still above healthily the median on the daily. And we actually formed like a spring right around that EMA 100 and the SMA 200. A very important spot on the chart. It's like a cheat sheet using the SMA 200 and the EMA 100 on the daily. Chop, chop, chop. But once we started to reclaim it and hold it, that's where our move came. And then once we started to lose it, that's kind of where the move down came. And so as long as we're still above essentially those moving averages, like I always mention, we still are in that bullish structure. A pullback here wouldn't surprise me. That could just be an opportunity for us to potentially go and either fill this gap we formed right around 169 to 170, possibly tapping the EMA 21. But you have to remember when we're kind of in this up only from the 9 and we expand, a move down first, you need to view first support, it's the EMA 9 before the 21. So that's at 174. It's going to be really important though to see where this closes, as I keep mentioning, because when we're approaching just resistance on, we're in that 184 to 186 resistance. This is kind of where like bigger pullbacks could happen. On top of it, we just know simply, the weekly not being able to get back above 180 generally leads to a pullback. What we want though is consolidation. So we see, TTWO started to consolidate and hold, but it just wasn't until we lost the, all the moving averages on the weekly and the 180, then retested the resistance where we went down. So if you're bullish on this is kind of the spot. You want bulls to really defend. You really shouldn't be expecting more upside, maybe 184 to 186. But if we get that, I would just, considering we're at the 90%, considering that's monthly resistance, weekly resistance, your best bet would be something like this, just consolidation. If you're bearish, you really want to start seeing this reject. You want to start seeing lower time frames like deviate, like on a 2-hour, right? So you want to start seeing like this get reclaimed. It gets lost. You want to start seeing get under 2-hour rejects, and then we lose the 9. That'll probably take us to 176. And then that kind of lines up with what I see with the daily. Possibly daily moves up on this closing. It will move up, but possibly moves up to 176, giving us more confluence. So, for this stock, it's strong. It got the bounce, where we talked about right here. We're now at major resistance. This is a pretty major, it's a big spot for this chart. You just want to be kind of patient and just kind of wait for the 2-day and the daily, which are closing today. Ideally, consolidates, but volatility can reset. It holds the 180s. And then from there, I do think we easily can push back up to like 195. A spot we haven't really gone to, since at least like around 2020 to 2021, right here. We see the last time we hit it was in November 2021. That was a pretty strong rejection, right? So, we held the 180, we held it, we moved up, we hit 195 and came all the way down. Once we didn't, hold the 180, that was kind of our signal of downside. So very important spot, very big spot. Daily volatility, 2-day volatility is kind of capping out. Weekly too is looking healthy, but all eyes on the monthly, because this is kind of a big setup. And if we go here and view this, just out of my own curiosity, let's check when these started to expand actually, because there's only been 2 other monthly setups. And granted, this is technically
huge,
the biggest one. Yeah, this is 3, 4, 5 days, 5 months of zero volatility is pretty insane. Where this one was 3, and so let's just take a look here. Start to expand like right there. We'll just do that, and then take it from like the 15th. So maybe like right here is when it started to expand. And then that took us down all the way to 41%. And this was, remember, the first one that happened here. We'll put it there. Something like there. It's like right there. 140 support held, and that took us all the way up from that wick, 52%. What we consider like 50 to 52%. Regardless, though, pretty insane. We're getting like that 50% here, 50% here, you know, and so like that is what we're dealing with on this monthly. And it is starting to curve up. We are now back above the average here. So, you know, volatility is starting to move. We're just not confirming expansion yet. That's why it'll be really important for the lower time frames to really hold that 180. Because what we don't want is this to start rejecting, and you know, this has 16 days. So, you know, if bears want, they reject this, make this form an ugly candle, throw it back to that monthly 9, and then lose the monthly 9. And then once we lose the monthly 9, we're most likely going to at least come back down to 140. And then at that point, you really have to wonder if we're going to just test the monthly EMA 100. And then we'll have to hope that, you know, this actually expand, because if it is, and we're already there, you know, then we're probably going to go and test, you know, my opinion, all the way back down to like 80s to maybe $100 flat. But until then, we're at a point where, you know, bulls could really take control here. It'll be really dependent on this daily and 2-day. They just want to keep holding it. We are above it now, and so we'll see where these ranges move too. This easily 90% could move up higher, you know, and so giving bulls just more of a push. But it is something to be cautious when we are at a very important spot in the chart with volatility at 90%. You know, when we start reaching these 95 to 90% volatility, usually it gives us some pullbacks. That was the last one here. We see it here as well. And then here too. Each time it gets kind of capped out, we get some pullback. And then let's check this one here. Yeah, pretty big pullback. So, you know, each time volatility kind of gets that 95 to 90, you know, 99%, it does lead to a pullback. You know, last one being this one here, which, you know, took us from, let's see, just real quick. Yeah, 9%. So, you know, in that case, it could be good confluence. If you're bullish on this, you kind of want this gap to fill. It doesn't need to, but around this zone, around right here, if we, you know, end up not closing a daily under above 180, then a pullback here would make a lot of sense. You'd essentially want to kind of bid that 175 to 174, and then that'll just give you ultimate confluence of possibly a move higher. You know, if we end up closing above 180 and we start losing out on a daily closure, technically will be an SFP, and then that'll be a short trigger. But still seems like we're going to hold it. So very well could just pull a Rivian and just consolidate. Leading this to reset, I do believe once this probably starts resetting and expanding again, probably means that monthly is going to fire off. And then we just better hope, you know, structure is still looking as good as it looks, but it's an uptrend, and we did make a higher high. And so you should be technically looking for a higher low if you're trading the daily. And with what we know is volatility, we always get pullbacks, and we have a monthly setup brewing. So we know that this technically can keep going higher, but it's still not confirmed. And yeah, that's it. Just watch today really carefully where this daily and 2-day closure is coming. And then ideally, you know, if the daily and 2-day can hold it, the weekly will close above it. And then, you know, that'll just give the monthly, actually, it's looking good. But when you have a candle like this strong and it's closing in 16 days, and you know the daily has major resistance mixed in with the weekly, mixed in also with this weekly 50%, you really have to be cautious of this monthly like forming kind of a wick from this point. You know, and so that
would be such a dick move. Yeah.
You know, maybe it doesn't have to wick out fully, but even just like coming in a monthly closure under like 176, 177 wouldn't be crazy. You're just at that point, though, in my opinion, where this really could break out. You know, we just simply see here, once that monthly reclaims 180, you know, this candle up was 15%. just straight up, just retested it and then went up. So we're at the point where this really could break out. I think it'll be confirmed once that monthly reclaims 180. Get back, and then boom, we can start talking about a move there, which would be an all-time high for this coin, or not a coin, but stock. So yeah, that's it really. 180 is the spot for this. If it can hold 180, then, you know, bulls, I think, can press this higher, but we start losing that, we're just still in the range.
Great freaking job, sir. Pepe.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I saw it in your eyes. You like that, Pepe, son of a bitch. A little frog. I don't know why. I did look at this before, I'm sure, in one of my lives, and I had put it on this parallel channel, which has worked pretty well too. Yeah, yeah, he does like to go, and also has confluence with your 195 zone. It's around here.
Huh. So then, yeah, maybe move up to there, retest 180, consolidate, hold, and then press higher.
I personally think because you're over 180, you're probably going to do this.
See, that would be that's the best case scenario, because then that would most likely the daily volatility as well. Yeah,
if that gives it enough time. But like you're saying, like, it's scary to see that, because that's like the Hamas setup times 80.
Yeah,
and you don't know what direction that shit's going to fire. But whatever direction he does, damn.
Just going off a trend, and it's in an uptrend in my opinion on like the daily. You know, but like when we're kind of capping out here, we know when volatility on the daily and 2 days start to go to the extremes, we do get pullbacks. And then when we have just that monthly brewing, can still take a while, but it's pretty mature and it's already starting to curve up. So, you know, if you're really bullish on this, you just got to keep that in the back of your mind. You want 180 to hold. As soon as we start losing that 180, it's still back in the range, and, you know, we easily can press it down. We see the last SFP that occurred that took us all the way back under 100 even. So, you know, it's pretty crucial.
2-week volatility is starting to expand along with price going up. That could be, it's just the daily. It needs to stop a little bit, but then it might pump like crazy.
And it could stay at extremes. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's another thing to consider. Thank you, sir.
It's anytime though, but anytime we back tested that, you know, pretty much it doesn't like to stay at extremes for too long before we get a pullback. It doesn't even hit extremes before we do get a pullback. But for the hopium there, yeah, daily could easily stay at extremes for a while.
Yeah. All righty, I'll get to it. Thank you. Estamos viendo Take-Two Interactive Software, que es T2, ¿no? Aquí, este gráfico quería enseñarles esto. No lo quise borrar antes. Normalmente intento borrar todos mis canales. Me encantan los canales a mí personalmente. Un canal es justamente un rango de precio, ¿no? Donde el precio se mueve dentro de, y puedes ver que este canal lo respeta. Hay varios rangos, porque pueden darse cuenta que de esta línea en los 140 a los 79 es un rango. Pueden darse cuenta que este es otro rango entre 180 y 140. Y pueden ver que este es otro rango entre 210 y los 180. Pero en este canal también puedes ver rangos. Abajo de la media, arriba de la media. Solamente el precio estaba arriba de la media en estas situaciones, pero le encanta estar por debajo de la media, pero no ha venido a retestear la media del canal para nada. Lo pueden ver acá. Es simplemente algo interesante para mí, y esto tiene confluencia un poco con el objetivo que tiene Alex. Ahora voy a quitar esta chingadera para que no se me distraigan y estén viendo lo importante. Vamos a empezar en la mensual, que es literalmente la buena. Espérame. ¿Habíamos visto la trimestral o no? Déjame checo la trimestral rápidamente. Gráfico trimestral. Take-Two está cotizando en 181.55, por cierto, para todos ustedes que lo están escuchando. Vale. Ahora, podemos ver que la volatilidad empieza a expandir después de llegar a el nivel más bajo que ha llegado. Also, on the 3-month, volatility is expanding on the lowest level it's been before, and it's now against the median. Wow. Ok, no sé qué vaya a hacer Interactive Software, pero o se va a ir a la bancarrota o se va a ir a la luna. No hay de otra. Voy a ponerlo en la mensual para que vean el setup de Hamas multiplicado por 21. Acá es una verdadera puta locura, porque estos son meses de cero volatilidad. La volatilidad en este momento está en 3.17 y pueden ver que se está empezando a mover para arriba. El 15% está acá. Entonces, cuando la volatilidad llegue a este punto y lo sobrepase y estés viendo lo que viene, esto es un setup literalmente, perdón, déjenme ajusto mi gráfico, no me gusta así. Cuando este setup se dé, y de nuevo un setup es cuando tienes varias cosas que se juntan en un sistema, ¿no? Y este es parte de nuestro sistema, este tipo de setups de jamás, pero este es muy fuerte porque son velas mensuales. De nuevo, estás hablando de 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, casi 6 meses. Son 5 meses, pero hay un mes ahí en medio muteado donde también la volatilidad estaba abajo, pero es lo que es, lo tienen acá. Hablando de eso, vamos rápido a la semanal y vean cómo la volatilidad está expandiendo junto con el precio expandiendo a la alza. Por ahora todo está expandiendo a la alza, es lo que estamos viendo. Aunque en temporalidades más cortas, el movimiento está exhausto o está llegando a extremos de exhaustión, no sé cómo se dice en español. Pueden ver que no le gusta subir mucho el 97, 98%, muy pocas veces lo ha hecho antes. Entonces, acá nos está diciendo la volatilidad en estos puntos que tal vez estemos cansados, pero recuerda, también puedes entrar a extremos, quedarte en extremos por un rato. Simplemente estamos buscando pistas para que nos diga dónde va esto. Vale. Aquí arriba tenemos la tabla de precio, estamos en la diaria. Y en la diaria puedes ver cómo estás por encima de todos los promedios. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en 55. ¿Y dónde están tus oportunidades para entrar cada vez que llegas al 9? Para nosotros en general, como estamos creando altos más altos de los que habíamos hecho en, 2 años, 3 años casi, 3 años, aquí en este alto más alto ya hemos hecho bajos más altos también. Y lo empezamos a hacer con acá, que fue agosto del 2024. Nuestro siguiente bajo fue acá en octubre del 2024 y desde entonces hemos estado en up-only mode, subiendo, subiendo, subiendo. Por lo que estamos viendo, de acuerdo a todos los setups de volatilidad y la expansión de la misma junto con el precio, lo que nosotros pensamos es que esto va a consolidar un poco en este rango. Y ahora, este rango, lo ideal para todos ustedes si son alcistas, quieren cerrar arriba de 180 tu vela diaria porque eso te pone ya por encima de la resistencia oficial. Cada que estás encima de esta resistencia que se vuelve soporte, los movimientos expansivos son bastante grandes. Así que un cierre arriba de 180 es lo que estamos buscando en esta diaria. En realidad, 2 cierres para mí. Pero si usas un cierre, un cierre. En realidad tuviste uno, este sería el segundo. Así que sería la confirmación de que te vas a quedar en este rango. Lo que hay que tener ojo es oportunidades cada que vienes al 9. El 9 está casi en los 174.48. Oportunidades cada que lo vas a tocar. Lo que definitivamente no quieres simplemente por dónde está la media del canal y la reacción que tendría en la media del canal mensual, que es lo importante, es la temporalidad que nos estamos fijando. Y acá tienes un gap. Ojo, ¿ok? No queremos perder el punto de los 160. Si llegas a perder los $160 que se encuentran acá, esta es tu línea tu línea en la arena. Esto es al culo todo. Los sueltas toda tu posición. Lo que personalmente yo haría si quiero entrar en esto es cada vez que vaya a tocar la 9 y ahorita en el 175, si esta madre va a 175, ahí yo haría mi primera compra. En los 167, en los 170 haría mi segunda y me quedaría ahí. ¿Por qué? Porque en los 160 que no están tan lejos, ese sería mi número para invalidar el trade. Pero siempre y cuando estemos por encima del 160 en el cierre mensual y esto esté consolidando de lado, esto se ve alcista, pero fuerte, para poder lograr llegar. Y de nuevo, va a tener un movimiento expansivo absolutamente brutal. Va a venir a buscar esos altos históricos en 200, que es el alto histórico, 215. Así que atención por acá, se viene. Siguiente resistencia la encontrarías por acá en los 185, 186. De ahí tienes los 190 a 195 y para el cielo, tío. Ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Farhan, what were you doing? Oh, Enovix, right?
Enovix, all right.
Enovix. So we pronounce it as Mexicans. Let me see my Enovix chart. Ew. Oh, opportunity brewing. Unless the expansion of volatility is starting. Oh, let me put your screen on. I'm sorry.
You're good. Do we have enough data? Probably not. Nope. All right. Not even much data for the monthly. So on the monthly, we're currently rejecting this 5 EMA, which is not really the best sign. You don't want to see it continue to hold that to maintain a move to anywhere to hopium of going up. As of now, we're rejecting 9, and whenever that happens and we close below the 9, we usually test the bottom of the 38.2. Right now, the bottom of the 38.2 is a significant drop from where we are now. This number is going to change, but I don't see it changing that much, and it's currently at $4.44. That's like a 50% dump from where we are right now. Which is also very bad to see, considering that momentum has been the bullish control zone and volatility is pointed up, that we can't really muster any type of strength on this thing right now. So imagine once volatility starts flipping down, where it's what's going to happen on this if it's dumping on upwards momentum. 2 week is currently rejecting the median. We're at the bottom of the 38.2. And that's with upwards momentum. That's kind of sad. We have a downwards volatility, which gives you a probability of hitting the median, which right now we've tested it and we've rejected. The 2 week is deviating the 21 EMA. It's just looking bad all around. Weekly right now does have a silver cross to the downside. We've retested the 9, rejected it again, which is just and we're about to close below the median. That should take us down towards this 61.8, if not 88.3. That's somewhere between $6.65 all the way down to like $5.70. And volatility is at very extreme levels at 5%. So that's probably down even lower than the 88.3, probably down to the 95%. That's like $5 flat. Very close to that $4.44 number. 5 day is currently retesting the median, still holding it, but we're rejecting this 9 EMA once again on this downward silver cross. Momentum is starting to flip down on the 5 day, and the volatility is at very extreme lows. So if we lose this median at $8.59, it probably won't, because we have 3 hours to go. This volatility is going to start expanding, and we're probably going to get a very aggressive move towards $5. 2 day right now is momentum tried to break out of the bearish control zone, rejected it, now it's breaking back into it. We're about to lose this 38.2, and volatility is currently expanding. That should take us, with volatility expansion, somewhere around like $7.40 to maybe like $7 before we see any type of like bounce. And that's probably going to be a short-term bounce based off of the high time frames. Daily is currently pointed up on momentum, and we're rejecting the bullish critical zone. Volatility starting to point up, and we're still right now. This is basically the last hopium spot for bulls. If they can't maintain this 38.2, it's very likely going to dump very aggressively, and that's at $8.95. As long as we're holding above that, there's still some hopium that we can retest this 100 EMA. That would still be another lower high in a series of lower highs, and all it would really do is just fill this gap, and then we would probably dump from there. 4 hour currently is about to retest this median. It's at $8.89, very close to that number that we had on the daily for the 38.2 at $8.95. If you lose this is going to be your first signal, so you wouldn't even have to wait until the daily close. If you lose this median on the 4 hour, then you probably know that we're not going to retest that 100 on the daily, and we're probably going to just continue to dump from here. Check the momentum.
Very dumpy.
Yeah, very, very dumpoli. Very similar to how I was in the morning after my first coffee. It's crazy. Within 5 milliseconds of the coffee touching your lips, you got to run to the toilet.
It's instant.
Monthly momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $11.50, and volatility is at pretty low levels. So we can see a pretty decent dump from here. And notice all of these just very nice lower highs. And a lower low follows every single one. So is this time different, or are we about to get a lower low below $5 and hit that 444 number? 2 week volatility is expanding from 14% extreme lows, rejecting the bullish control zone, and momentum is pointed down as long as it's below $10.60 or $10.06. Weekly currently is expanding from very low levels on volatility at 20%, and we're going to be pointed down, and we're going to reject getting out of the bearish control zone as long as we're below $10. 5-day currently about to start expanding from extreme lows. We're going to reject getting out of the bearish control zone, and we're pointed down as long as we're below 964. And 2-day and 3-day also have fresh silver crosses to the downside, by the way. Right now, we're just perfectly retesting those silver crosses. We have expanding volatility from about 17%, rejection of the critical zone, and we're going to be continuing to the downside, and we're going to enter into the bearish critical zone as long as we're below $10.67. Daily currently also expanding from pretty low levels in volatility, but then it started contracting after we hit this 21 EMA. Right now, momentum is going to flip back down as long as we're below $9.09, which currently we are below by like 10 cents. And it's going to reject getting out of the bearish control zone too. So it's going to be pretty sad if this upwards momentum only was able to get it towards this 21 EMA. That's very weak. 4-hour currently is contracting volatility at very extreme lows now. It's at 12%. We can see it go a little bit lower, and it's about to flip back. Momentum is about to flip back down and reject the bullish control zone as long as it's below $9.54. So I'm seeing kind of like on the medium-term timeframes that we could see a mean reversion bounce, but the lower timeframes are telling me that mean reversion bounce is probably over, and all of the momentum indicators are flipping back to the downside, and the higher timeframes are just bearish as fuck, and it's telling me it's probably going to keep going down. Kind of looks like it might go to zero, to be honest, based on the monthly, and the very low timeframes like the 4 hours say that the local top is probably in, and I would expect the higher timeframes to bleed over and this thing to just go down.
Nuke the fuck out of here.
Nagasaki setup.
This is a Nagasaki setup is brewing up in here for Enovix. Interesting, good sir. Thank you, appreciate it. And for you, let me see what I got for you after Take Two Interactive. Pepe. Oh, I thought he was GM. Ecopetrol.
What's the ticker for that?
Ecopetrol. Let me see.
By the way, I apologize to any Japanese listeners, although there probably are none.
You'd never know. When I went to Japan, a few people said hi. Ecopetrol SA? What the fuck? 1 second. EC.
One thing we can say for sure, though, there's no women watching.
Actually, there's a lot of women here. A lot. Like, women are very interested in making money. I didn't know that.
It's probably like men pretending to be women.
I don't think so. I think there's a lot of. I think this is surprise. This is a surprise of the century right here. Okay, I'm gonna start with this. Thank you, sir. Vale, pues estamos viendo Enovix. Vamos a ver rápido temporalidades altas como la mensual, donde podemos ver que el precio ha estado literalmente desde acá, en lo que la volatilidad ha estado expandiéndose a la baja, bajando y va en esa misma dirección continuando, por lo que sugiere que probablemente vayamos a ver continuación de este movimiento a largo plazo. Déjame ver la trimestral. Estás en extremos. En la trimestral no hay nada que podamos ver más que estamos en extremos. Podría ser extremos a la baja o también a la alta. De acuerdo al movimiento, sería a la baja en la trimestral, por lo que a muy largo plazo, como a 2 años, puede que veamos el fondo a año y medio, fondo de esto. Nos vamos rápidamente a la semanal. En la semanal podemos ver que la volatilidad está a punto de expander por encima de la media y el movimiento que se está dando es para abajo. Ahora voy a acercarme un poco más y ver esto en la semanal para que puedan tener una excelente idea de lo que estamos viendo. Estamos viendo un cruce plateado a la baja. Enovix está cotizando, por cierto, en $8.99 en este momento. Habíamos logrado estar acá, nos rechazó, fue un SFP. Estamos creando, ¿qué? Un alto más bajo. Y ahora, ¿cuál va a ser la cosa? Un bajo más bajo. El primer objetivo son los $8.03. Segundo va a ser este de los 7.34. Y después por acá de los 6.46 y probablemente un nuevo bajo histórico. Vamos rápidamente a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver que el 55 fue nuestro rechazo absoluto. Hicimos un SFP entre el 21 y el 55. Nos rechazó, venimos para abajo, venimos a intentar qué pasa cuando tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, que lo tenemos. No tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en la de 2 semanas. Pero normalmente cuando tienes al 9 y el 21 así, y además estás abajo del 55, el 100 que está aquí arriba, cada que vienes al 9, que está en los 10.33, es donde hubieras hecho un corto y tú probablemente invalidación hubiera estado acá o hasta acá arriba, depende de cómo la hayas jugado y qué tan apretado. En esta temporalidad, la volatilidad simplemente está expandiendo en lo que esta vela no nos dice nada. En la diaria es donde se empieza a poner cachonda la cosa, porque tienes un cruce plateado fresco por acá, vienes a probar a tu suerte con el 21 y el 9. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Rechazos, y ahora vas a la baja. Fuerte esto, ¿eh? En Enovix, en lo que la volatilidad va de lado, ok. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que en todas las temporalidades que estamos viendo, Enovix se está yendo al piso, se ve bajista. Creemos que cualquier oportunidad que exista va a ser en temporalidades cortas, cuando toques el promedio de las 21 o las 9, que están en 9.46, 9.24, entrar en corto y continuar con el movimiento en lo que se expande. No vemos tantas cosas alcistas en este momento. Pagan dice que se podría ir a cero. Personalmente, lo único que me hace pensar que no se va a ir a cero es que tienen un muy buen management. Y yo voy a seguir. Si esto se presenta la oportunidad. Esta es mi idea de estúpido, ¿ok? No haga nada de lo que les estoy diciendo. Yo estoy en Enovix y cada que baja a un buen nivel, compro. Entonces, para mí, 7.56 voy a comprar, 6.46 voy a comprar y me voy a esperar a ver si creamos un nuevo mínimo. Y de nuevo, esta no es una posición gigantesca en mi portafolio y no tengo prisa. Esto me puede tomar años, así que yo voy a seguir acumulando simplemente porque soy un imbécil, pero ahora la oportunidad está en corto en Enovix. All right, Alex, what do you got for us? This is Pepe.
Yeah, what a crazy pump this is.
Oh my
Holy
God.
fucking shit. It's even higher than last time.
Oh, holy fuck. Like
My
David
brother
Lee
is
would
currently
say.
up 3x on his Pepe that I gave him for his birthday.
Dude, your brother right now is going to buy us out with his Pepe.
Buddy is still sleeping. Wait till he wakes up. Guy wakes up at like 3 p.m.
Good for him. Well, he's a Pepe billionaire.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane if you think about it. Just as simply reclaiming this breakdown zone led to a 95% pump in 15 days. It's just kind of the environment we're in. Pepe is very strong, and so as Farin mentioned, yes, we've kind of made it, a macro high here. Unless my chart data is wrong, I do think
you're right.
Yeah, right. So yeah, we have made a new macro high. So, with what we know with the weekly, we know the weekly can stay at extremes here, and we haven't even hit the extremes, but we are approaching it. So, Pepe doesn't look like it wants to come down, but if it does come down, I'm watching a very simple, just last rejection high flip into support. We throw the HPDR on, we can kind of see this confluence. It's like once this weekly closes, we'll see where these ranges move. But as of right now, it's perfectly aligning right around at least the logical place to bid, which would be an open, like a green dildo. We open red, we test this zone, it flips into support, and then we can, actually possibly move to the 0.00003033. And I think that would knock a zero off, or no, would not. Okay.
No, but he would take you from basically 21 to 33.
There you go. 21 to 33. Pretty big jump. That kind of would make sense to me. I'm sure there's a lot of horny longs that just opened on the news of Coinbase. Coinbase did something where they listed Pepe in their future plan or something. I sent it to you guys in the group chat, but essentially Coinbase, I think, listed Pepe or put it something where they're going to at least do business with Pepe or do something. That's why we pumped today. It's funny because Sol and XRP and other coins, they're okay, but this is a mega pump. This is a Coinbase pump. And so that's kind of what we're experiencing. You know, we were blasting through the 95%. Again, just viewing it on the daily is lining up right around that last rejection high candle. You know, we see volatility here at 97.62%. You know, this was giving us a nice setup on the daily volatility setup. This is nice. This is why it's nice to just kind of wait for confirmation. You know, once we started to expand and reach above 15%, yeah, it just kind of went up only. That's pretty crazy. And if we really start dissecting this chart, you know, we can see that SMA 200 was a big spot. You know, reclaiming that EMA 100 and SMA 200 would have been your kind of your big indication that this is, you know, changing, it's shifting structure in the sense that that was a pretty major big spot of resistance after we lost it. We know Pepe, you know, liked to flirt with that SMA 200, but after it kind of lost it and rejected it, we just stayed below it. Once it got reclaimed, though, I mean, that's kind of was the trigger. And seeing this in hindsight, I think they say hindsight's 2020, or whatever the saying goes. Essentially, this was extremely easy to catch, and that's kind of the environment we're in. On the 5-day, it's pretty evident too. It reclaimed the EMA 5 or EMA 9 on the 5-day. We opened up on a perfect pullback to it, leading to a 73% 5-day candle. Okay, so now that we've made, you know, an all-time high, Pepe looks like it's going parabolic. I'd be very just keen to saying to be patient. If you're not positioned like Barnes' brother, you know, and you're not holding a massive back, but you're more a trader, the only logical place to really enter a trade, in my opinion, is right around this zone, 1786 to, you know, 18. Right around the last wick high rejection would make a lot of sense. It would be a pretty sizable dump. I'm actually curious to see how much of a dump that would be from here. So like 20%. That's actually not too bad either, considering we're up 52% on the day.
And it's a meme coin.
And it is a meme coin. And so
yeah,
move like really surprise you, dumping and then just quickly going up from there. That's kind of the nature of Pepe. We go down and then we spring. Wouldn't surprise me, and that's kind of all I could see currently. If we start dissecting this more, let's check the monthly if there's any data. You know, the monthly's closing in 17 days. What an insane candle here. Technically, 50% zone's at 5655. So, you know, that is still pretty massive from where we're at. 160, 170% pump. I do think these will move down on the new monthly, and that's why it'll just be really important to see kind of where this weekly closes, because, you know, this weekly still can go to extremes. We still can pump up a little higher. I do think Pepe can easily go to, you know, 238 to 237. Still would be a 10% move from here, but at that point we have to really start looking for maybe a pullback. Maybe that comes when the weekly candle closes. That'll be a 2-week as well. Yeah, and then this will be the first time ever Pepe's closed a 2-week above that cycle high, and then your just main idea would be just to bid that pullback. If we start losing that even on a daily, I do think then that would be a sign of caution. But as long as the daily is healthily above like it is, we just want to see this flip into support. Now, obviously, since it's a shit coin, Pepe can go down a lot more than 1719. And that's why, you know, you should just be watching right here. We just, what do we know? And we know right now that, you know, Pepe has been consistently on the 4-hour catching some major support on that EMA 21. That's actually what caught us before we majorly broke out. And so you just be really all eyes on that. On the daily, getting a pullback, you'd want this 4-hour 9 and the 21 to keep stepping up and just matching price there at least, because then if the 4-hour starts losing the zone and the EMA 9 starts getting lost, okay, then that's your kind of sign that maybe we'll actually go and test that 21, which is currently at 1401. But this will step up, obviously, as this keeps going. We also see the 4 hours at, you know, extreme volatility. It can obviously stay here for a while, like, you know, what we saw here. But, you know, on the 4-hour where we're at with the 99.9% zone, you know, like statistically speaking, there's not a huge probability of us going past this until the next 4-hour at least. And that's it. So like if you're a day trader, no position here, you could easily get smoked if you're FOMO longing this so easily, especially if this is news based. You're better to just wait patiently, you know, watch the previous cycle high, essentially, right at this zone at 1726 to be flipped into support. Ideally, you don't want any kind of closure to get lost around there, like a 4-hour or above. If we end up losing that, then you have to just be more keen to maybe seeing where the EMA 9 goes on the next closer and watching that. Ideally, then it'll catch support there because in super bullish markets, that EMA 9 likes to hold, even on shit coins like Pepe. We see that's kind of what sparked this move. Very, very cool. Very nice to see that now Pepe is at least one of the coins other than BNB that's broken its cycle high. It's a good sign. It actually, shows there's a lot of strength with this. The quarterly looks insane.
I believe Pepe also led the last rally. Like it was the first thing to pump, right? So if so. This might be our green flag to start the race.
That's a good point. Because I don't remember that. And that's a great point. So that's the case. Well, I mean, this is a great rally to start at 50% today. That's really insane. Like, think of that. Like, if you would have just had a simple long trigger on the daily, we just reclaimed my meme line. I'm just going to long the EMA 9 and any daily closures under that, I'm going to cut the trade. And simply on that trade, you could have made life-changing money just on the simple trigger. And it just keeps tying into like what I'm saying. We're just in that kind of environment where like lower time frames like really kind of play into bigger moves. What caught us here on the hourly, the EMA 100. So that's kind of crazy, and that's what I've been telling Farm. Like 15-minute setups lead to like 2 to 3% moves. It's pretty insane. But I would definitely not be longing here. I'd just be waiting for the weekly candle to open. Things don't obviously go up only. If you're not pre-positioned, you just simply want to wait. This is kind of the most logical spot. If we start losing this spot, then you just want to focus on that daily 9. It'll keep moving up. But with the silver cross that we have, it would be logical. And I think even it was a 3-day then. I think the 3-day is a silver cross as well. Yeah, right here. So, with that, you just need to see where these EMA 9s move. And that's why it's really important to use EMAs because they do work. And they can be a cheat sheet. At least that's how I think of them. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I guess I can look maybe I have a Pepe BTC. I don't know if they even have a lot of data with this.
Oh, damn. It's about to go down.
Yeah, that's interesting. So like bulls really then it's really simple, like where we're at with Pepe BTC. You just really want this wick high to get broken. If we can break that, then I don't know what that would mean, but when volatility is at the lowest it's ever been on Pepe BTC, now expanding 61%, the expansion from this point here gave us, let's see.
That's really interesting, by the way. This relation is really interesting.
I mean, from the extremes, we started to curve. I'll be more conservative. We'll take it from there, literally. But hey, 700%. Like, come on, that's not bad from hitting the extremes. And now we have same expansion, lower volatility, and we're at that point right now where when Pepe really started to move was like here, and then from that point, I mean, it just like literally did so. What is this candle? This weekly candle amount? 250 something %. Okay. Yeah, that is interesting to me. So like we're at the point on, BBWP where we still could just keep going up. And that's pretty insane to me. I have no opinion on where this will go. I don't really know what that could mean, but it's just telling me at least that Pepe is really gearing up for a major move. Yeah, I mean, we haven't lost this zone, this blue zone in a long time. Since here we broke out in May of 2024.
You almost touched the top of the 50% too.
Yeah. So I mean, that is interesting because then I wonder, like,
after Bitcoin, would you mind comparing it with ETH if there is a chart on there for TradingView?
Yeah. Weren't you saying too, like ETH was looking pretty good? Isn't Pepe on?
It's got to be demolishing ETH.
I don't think there's an ETH.
That's unfortunate.
No. But I mean, I think Pepe's on the. So I don't know.
I think it's ERC.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go back to Pepe then. I mean, Bitcoin pairing looks insane. Tether pairing looks absolutely insane. I don't really have much else to share. It looks like it wants to keep going up. I would just be very cautious of a pullback, a flush out. And this flush out could be 10, 15, 20%. Very typical with alts. But what we know is, especially with these major SR flips, and if we get a 2-week closure in a weekly, but a 2-week back above this high, it's like, yeah, we're pretty much in bull mode. We'll see where this moves. Ideally, it'll move closer to this dotted line, and that'll be at least the first spot to maybe punt along after a 20% pullback. I guess Pepe easily on this 2-day could still go. It's like 2.3, 2.38. So still like an 11% move from here. So yeah, that's all I really have on Pepe. They're not really working with a lot of data. It's already made a new high. If you didn't even have the HPDR, you really wouldn't be working with much, just with trend, rejection highs. And then I don't even think the Bollinger Band populates. Okay, so it does on the 2-week. We see, that's just a nice Bollinger Band break. What we want now is we see here, each time the Bollinger Band on the 2-week breaks out, we usually come back down to it. Now, that doesn't always need to happen, but when each time it did break out, it did try to come back down here. It failed it. And then here it actually held it, the top of the band. Why I'm mentioning that is because that top of the band is still right around that zone, that 172, 173 bounce zone. Just, a little more confluence for the little amount of data we're working with. Yeah, that's it, I guess. That's all I have for Pepe. It's looking good. Congrats if you guys caught this today. I was watching altcoins. I was trying to, on very low leverage, trade some of these, like the news that were coming out, because some of the lower time frame setups were looking good on Sol, AVAX, and so forth.
Oh, Sol gave us on the 4-hour was giving us a Hamas setup. That's why. That's why I took it.
Yeah, no, you brought it up to my attention. I think it was on the 10-minute, actually. I think we were highly degenerate.
Oh yeah, you're right. On the 10-minute, yeah, that's full degen right there.
Highly degenerate, but it worked out. And that's why this market's very PvP right now. And if you know what you're doing and you can capitalize on the volatility, take advantage of it. But if you don't know what you're doing, be very careful. I would not be wanting to scale longs here and here, hoping for a move up to 3, because if I'm right and we get any kind of pullback, you're liquidated. You're down 20%. It's like, that's terrible. And right now, that's kind of the environment we're in. Considering, I don't think Bitcoin's going to top, but we also just have to remember, Bitcoin is pressing up if we just throw the bands on again, because everything correlates to Bitcoin. We are approaching extremes here. So even though it's looking as good as it can be, it's just always wise, if you're not positioned, just to never FOMO, because that just, especially in an altcoin, will lead to destruction. Always does.
I couldn't agree more, man. Fucking Pepe. Last time Pepe did this, I was like, next time, Alejandro, focus. Pepe's gonna be the one. It'll do it again. Completely fucking forgot about it. Just left it alone. I was like, it's never gonna come back up. We need to write these things when they're happening, because afterwards all the noise makes us forget what makes us think like that. And you can miss a lot of things by doing that. I find it as I'm getting older, I feel the need of writing things down now, because it might be valuable towards the future. Coinbase, speaking of pumps, sir.
Cool.
Thank you. Vale, estamos viendo Pepe. Güey, qué zampompazo de Pepe. Por cierto, una cosa que amo de esta línea es la oportunidad que dio cada que venimos a tocarla el buen Pepe. O sea, ha dado subidas muy potentes. Esta es un poco como la línea de Coinbase, ¿no? Que les había contado 300%. ¿Cuánto es esto? Una vez que lo tocó acá, se fue a 65%. El que sigue era acá un 87%, y el último, la última vez que lo vino a tocar, un 176%. Ahora, no todo el mundo usa líneas memes para tradear, hay gente que sí usa líneas memes para tradear. A mí me gusta usar una combinación de todo, pero el precio de Pepe en este momento está en altos históricos, que es algo que también les quiero enseñar. Voy a poner el de 2 semanas para que vean. Pepe fue el que lideró el último rally y esta vez lo vuelve a hacer una vez más con esta fuerza, por lo que probablemente estamos esperando es este tipo de consolidación, pero no nos sorprendería si continúa su movimiento a la alza. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo en la de 2 semanas y continúa expandiendo y todavía tiene más camino para expandir también. Está apenas en 65%. Eso quiere decir que para llegar a sobre extremos que ha llegado acá en los 97, 98%, le queda todavía camino. En la semanal estamos igual, estamos en 85% de la volatilidad, todavía le queda camino hasta acá, lo que nos dice que este movimiento todavía va probablemente a continuar. No hay mucho que analizar porque Pepe está en altos históricos, pero lo que nosotros creemos hasta ahora que esta sería la oportunidad más ideal para poder entrar en un long o cuando venga a retestear el promedio de la 9, que es básicamente lo que hace cada rato. Puedes ver que en la diaria el movimiento está un poco sobreextendido, pero de nuevo puede empezar a pintar esas zonas donde la volatilidad está en extremos hasta arriba, rojos, y continuar. Así que no se dejen influenciar por eso. Ahorita hacerle un short a Pepe sería suicidio. Se los digo porque fue lo primero que pensé cuando vi esto. Pero cuando estoy viendo la volatilidad expandiendo y sobre todo viendo de dónde vienen todos los listones, ahora sí que todos los promedios aquí abajo, junto con esta expansión, y luego veniste a tocar la 9, obviamente te pudo haber hecho un flush aquí, pero si hubieras hecho este bid, mámate lo que hubieras ganado. Y es acá donde es importante entender estas cositas tontas que pueden aprender con nosotros o que están aprendiendo con nosotros el día de hoy, porque cada que haces esto, te hubiera dado un 58% solamente esta vela diaria. Si hubieras tocado ese 9 y hubieras dicho, vámonos con él. Y ahorita Pepe tiene cara de seguir subiendo. Lo que nosotros creemos y estamos viendo es que probablemente Pepe se dé una vuelta por acá a la zona de los 30 y cacho, pero estamos literalmente adivinando. Esta es una meme coin que se ve muy bien, pero no, ahora sí que estamos descubriéndola junto con ustedes. Nuestra única zona de oportunidad hasta ahora sería un buen, un regreso a esta zona de que venga por acá, que empiece a consolidar y de ahí continúe el movimiento. Eso es lo que nos gustaría ver a nosotros en Pepe. Ahí es donde aprovecharíamos. O si ves que los promedios empiezan a subir más con una consolidación momentánea, empiezan a subir y el promedio de la 9 se encuentra por acá. Si viene y retesta el promedio de la 9, ahí es cuando abres tu long, buscas una zona de invalidación interesante y vámonos. Pero Pepe, muy alcista. ¿Cómo lo ves tú, Vini? Lo veo alcista de a madre. Señor, vean, espérame.
Just gave out a long setup on Discord, which has some pretty retarded targets. But that's what the system says. So
on Pepe?
Bitcoin.
On Bitcoin, okay. Oh, that's
the target 3 is over 100K.
I mean, it's that time, boys. It's coming. It's fucking coming. Sir, are you stuck? Sir? I think he is. He's just sitting there putting his ass right next to me. I don't know what he wants, but hey, let's go.
He's trying to come in there and fart his ass off, and then he's going to walk away.
He hasn't done it, thank God. He hasn't done it to me. He did it to Belen. Oh, he's back now here to get more rubs. Yeah, I already did this. Let's do Coinbase. 1 second.
Cool.
Wait, weren't we doing Ecopetrol first?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we can roll Coinbase, whatever you want.
Yeah, roll Coinbase. Roll it. Roll the tape, son. No.
I mean, Coinbase is looking fantastic. Let me go to the daily first. Yeah, so I mean, it's looking great. We mentioned that, that 270 to 267 spot's a pretty massive zone for Coinbase. Once it got reclaimed, we just kind of gapped up. And now, we're retesting or flipping that $300 psychological number into support. We want that to hold. That we don't like when Coinbase reclaims it and then loses it. You just kind of want it to hold. If it keeps holding that, for me, it gives us a nice move up to possibly the all-time highs or around 370 to 380. And with what we know with Bitcoin, it's really
got to do an all-time high the size of Mandingo's
penis.
penis.
Exactly. Like it probably theoretically should, We do need to make note though of the gap here and the support. And we technically haven't flipped this. So, we have volatility at extremes for many sessions. We have Bitcoin at a precarious spot, kind of at, just the levels of not to be like shorting, but just to more cautious of maybe a tiny pullback. But nothing is guaranteed, of course. But right when we have a daily gap, we have the 9, and we have this major resistance that has rejected through and through here, and this time now we broke out. We just haven't flipped it. So if we end up coming down, my first sign of that will be actually losing that 300 psychological number and then rejecting it. And then I think people will get pretty bearish here on Coinbase. I do think this could just be an opportunity. What this simply would do is it would retest the daily silver cross. You would also fill this gap, and you would just backtest the 9. A simple but effective place to watch when we're in super, bullish posturing, especially like Coinbase. We saw here on this rally, the 9 just kept holding the entire time. It's kind of insane. And then on this rally, just kept holding, from it getting reclaimed at 126 until it got lost at 238. And that's why it's a really just easy metric. We fill the gap. We actually flip this and backtest it to support. Maybe it doesn't go as low as 265, but I just watched maybe around like 282 to 265, or just like I said, gauge the EMA 9. But right, I wanted to pull back a few days ago, and we definitely didn't get that on Coinbase. And that's why no pullbacks are guaranteed, and it's more when these volatility setups are firing off. I do believe Coinbase had at least the weekly and the lowest volatility, settings ever, and now it's expanded. It's at 77%. This easily can still keep going up. And that's why pullbacks have to be looked at as an opportunity, especially when the trend has shifted and we're now more in an uptrend. And it would make a lot of sense. We make a higher low, higher high, and then coming down, filling this gap, maybe going a little lower, but just overall holding that 165 for just another higher low to make the higher high, right around 380 would make a lot of sense. Also, the monthly, we still can't disregard though. Reclaim the monthly 9, but we haven't tested it. Now we don't need to test it, obviously, but that is just something I'm watching for in the new monthly. We just kind of want ideally 300 to hold through and through, and that bleeds into the monthly. And then that'll really give us a lot of confidence of testing that 380. Last time, the only time we closed the monthly back above 300, we tested it, went straight to like 369, and then kind of found a top there. The difference here though is volatility is still kind of contracting, and it's now I think it was on the weekly. Like on the weekly, the monthly is still at the lowest volatility point as well, which is very interesting to see. Actually, it contracting still while this monthly is up 71%, and it really could play into what Alejandro you're saying, where Coinbase really could just break the high and go a lot higher than what people are talking about. This is what we see here at the 50%. It's like once that's reclaimed, we have a target to $552 to $570. It's like, does that happen when Bitcoin hits 100K? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. But I do know we're at a very important spot. We really just want this zone to keep holding right at 300. And if it doesn't hold, then it's not a death sentence, but I'd just be more keen to then, getting an actual pullback to that 265. We'd also retest the daily and 2-day silver cross. It'd still be bullish. We'd still be in higher low structure. And I think it'd be a nice flush out before possibly going to 380s. And that'd probably get a lot of fuel too to that point, because, I'm sure a lot of people are eager to short this. They're going to be looking possibly at this like as a deviation, and they're going to be talking about like, well, this deviated, we came down. People are going to be aggressively stacking in shorts. When we could just easily come here and then just rip up. So that's kind of the only scenario I can think of. Either hold 300 now or lose it and come back down to 270, 265. And I do believe that'll be a major opportunity in confluence the silver crosses on the daily and 2-day, resetting volatility, something I've been mentioning across the board with crypto. Tiny pullback to reset the volatility would make a lot of sense. And the 3 days, very clear, hold the 300, and this is just a simple back test. We reclaimed this level 300, and we're back testing. It's kind of like this: reclaimed it, threw it back, held it, and then that's when we moved up. That's kind of what bulls want. It plays into like, if we start losing this, then cool, we're going to go back to the 275. Coinbase is fucked if it starts going back under 177. There's just people out there, you know, and like obviously it doesn't seem likely, but this is an extremely volatile stock. And when Bitcoin starts churning, and there's nothing telling me Bitcoin's going to start churning from here, but when it does, if it does, Coinbase gets sold off way more than Bitcoin. We saw that very evidently when, you know, the 2-week lost the EMA 34, but then most importantly, the weekly lost that EMA 100, something Bitcoin wasn't even close to touching.
Ooh, look at that candle.
So, yeah, we'll have to see, because I mean, as long as it's above 300, I'm still happy. This gap could easily act as a trap, as they often do. And as long as we're above 300, what we could be seeing is possibly, you know, this terrible wicks. It looks bad. Then people start front running the shorts, and we just kind of do this, and then that gives us the fuel to actually break out. Because this would be kind of easy, like coming, falling, filling the gap, testing the 2-day silver cross, daily silver cross, spring from there. I think more max pain would just be, you know, forming ugly wicks, trapping shorts, and somehow holding the 300 and then just expanding from there. I mean, that's
I'm 100% with you, because right now, everyone that's looking at this is, I'm not going in right now. I'm going to wait until that gap gets filled, and that's when I'm going to enter, which also coincides with the EMA 9. That's where the opportunity lies. That,
exactly,
as any retard like myself would think. So therefore, the 300 line
should hold, ideally. And it just 3-day close, first time ever, like here. We threw it back and it held. It went a little lower, but overall held. And then that's what actually moved us from, I'll take it from 300, this meme line, 23%. And so I know it seems like it's not a crucial level, but it basically is. And you as a bull would be looking at this as an opportunity, a back test, if that. And you'd want bulls to react here, never losing the 300, leading into the weekly, trapping shorts, simply as that. Because even a few days ago, I had a short trigger on coin at 330, stop at the wick low, made a lot of sense to me. You know, we got follow through on it. I think it was a lower time frame trade would be more evident. Yeah, you know, just a simple like 4-hour lower high, you short that, stop up there. You know, but then even looking at the 4-hour, what is supporting the 4-hour right now? The 9. Yes, volatility is kind of capped out. And that's why I do believe like consolidation here would just be welcomed. You know, possibly resets. It doesn't need to go all the way down, but just comes down a little bit to go up more. But, you know, that's it. Honestly, Coinbase is looking really good. It's looking like it's approaching a bounce zone. I would not put all my eggs in one basket, waiting for 165. 160, you know, 164, 165. And that's just based on, you know, this 9 here. We just haven't tested it. We're about to test it. It's in confluence to this major zone. The 3-day just freshly, for the second time ever, closed above 300. And I mean, the last time it did it, it held it, and we went up 23%. So before you get uber bearish, I'd really just be looking here as an opportunity. Really wasn't any time frame to lose this 300. In my opinion, you kind of would want maybe the hourly to come test the 34, and then this deviation would lead to the breakout. But, you know, just because there's a lot of new people trading, I would recommend just taking it on a daily and above. Watch the zone. You know, this is wrong if we start losing this on a daily closure, just like here when, you know, we started losing it on a daily closure. We came and retested it, resistance, and that took us straight to 165. So that's kind of what we want. Just hold 300. If not, watch 165 to 170. And again, this is mega fucked if we lose 177. That's kind of your metric. Yes, we're very far from that now. That's why if you're like longing the daily EMA 100 reclaim or even longs in this zone, your stop right here would have been valid. And it's just sticking to the trend. And this is a very easy one. Higher highs, higher lows, simple. Any move down would just be a higher low. It technically could move all the way down to here and still be in that uptrend. So I don't think, though, Coinbase is going to get a deeper pullback. Before I go, I'm curious to see how the quarterly looks, too.
Yeah.
Pretty insane. You know, we simply see here that, again, that $300 zone never has gotten a quarterly close above. So that's going to be pretty important. If we do get that, it'll remind me of when Bitcoin closed its 2-month for the first time above the 2021 market cycle high. And that's the reaction. Now we're at 92K. It did that from 69. It'd be pretty massive for Coinbase to do that, because we've actually, even though this 2-month did reclaim the 300, I don't think that the quarterly, we've just never had a quarterly reclaim that 300. So just, the higher the time frame, the better the close, the stronger it just solidifies that, this really could be a major point for Coinbase. That's it. Very, very clean. I mean, this is why I like using the 9. This would have told me to be cautious. This, though, clustering always tells me it's a big zone. When you're using the 21 to 34, mixing with the 9, it's like you lose the 9, you go to the 21. You lose the 21, you go to the 34. But when they start clustering like this, it starts making it stronger, in my opinion. And then, that's why you would have been cautious, but you wouldn't have been super bearish on this chart, just simply because the last stand for bulls was holding right around this dotted line. So it's nice to see we got the follow through. It's crazy to see, weekly volatility where it expanded from. And I think, like I said, the monthly, this is just crazy how it just keeps going down. And now it's at the lowest volatility read ever. Coinbase is almost at all-time highs. So I do believe, possibly by next quarter, Coinbase could be in the all-time high territory. It could all just be based on this monthly holding that 300. Then we slingshot to 380. And just like what we see here, it's a pretty big zone. Once we get a closure or monthly closure back above that 319, it's a pretty big slingshot to 500. Obviously, these will move, but it's kind of the territory we're working with. So that's what I see with Coinbase. Be cautious around here. You want 300 to hold. If not, watch the, what was it, 165? Yeah, I think that's what it was. No, it wasn't.
177 is the one that is fucked if you get to that level.
265. My apologies. You're right. 177 fucked. I wouldn't touch Coinbase with a 12-foot pole. 265 could be a major opportunity, but it also could act as a trap. And 300 just holds. The 3-day holds the back test, and that's what takes us to that 380 level. Just like what we saw the last time a 3-day closed above it. So.
Perfect. Perfecto. All righty, sir, you're done. Now we'll do Echo Petrol and we'll be good to go. I'll add this. And hang on, close the door because the dog is trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. Let us get started. Vamos a empezar Coinbase rápidamente. Güey, Coinbase es el regalo que va a dar más regalos. ¿Por qué lo digo? Lo dije antes y lo voy a continuar diciendo. Cada que Coinbase ha tocado esta línea, nos ha dado estos premios. Venimos de justamente esto. Podemos ver que estamos saliendo de la resistencia. Estamos explotando a la alza. Y por primera vez en su historia, les voy a enseñar algo que Coinbase no había hecho nunca. Es esto. Está cerrando una vela por encima de los $300. Esto nunca lo había hecho. Esta vela, no se engañen, abrió acá en 380 y cerró acá en 254. Entonces, nunca ha tenido un cierre acá en los $300, arriba de los $300. Estamos hablando que falta todavía un mes y 19 días para verlo, pero, ojo y atención con esto, en la mensual podemos ver cómo está la volatilidad yéndose de lado en lo que esto está expandiendo y la volatilidad viene de un punto más bajo de antes. Entonces, esto, si la volatilidad se da la vuelta y empieza a expandir hacia la alza en lo que estamos viendo este tipo de acción, brother, qué alcista se ve este desmadre. Volatilidad expandiendo en la de 2 semanas junto con este velazo que se acaba de dar, esta vela de, ¿cuánto es? 50, 80%. Vamos a ver. Hasta el tope 87 o a donde está un 71%. Una vela de 2 semanas, damas y caballeros, simplemente retesteando esta línea, expandiendo volatilidad, entendiendo un poco las tablas, es donde te ayuda bastante esto. Ahora, la semanal continúa expandiendo, la volatilidad no se cansa hasta los 93, más o menos 93% es donde la volatilidad en Coinbase para, pero yo creo que puesto sencillo es esto. Están viendo esto le está dando velas bajistas a todo el mundo, bueno, vibras bajistas a todo el mundo. Coinbase está cotizando en 307.26 en este momento. En la diaria es donde se ve exactamente lo que estamos viviendo en este momento para Coinbase, para todos nosotros. El precio está consolidando entre 324 y $300. Esto es bastante bueno y en nuestra opinión el escenario que más dejaría gente fuera es que el precio siga de aquí, continúe a la alza. Puede que veamos una corrección a cerrar este gap y que el precio de Coinbase venga, que también coincide con el promedio de la 9 en los 270. Puede que también venga y haga eso y después te dé el resortazo a la alza. No sabemos qué vaya a ser, obviamente, nadie tiene una respuesta, nadie sabe qué es lo que va a pasar mañana, como dice Bad Bunny, pero eso sí, si pierdes este nivel de los 265 más o menos, 260, no se vería bien, pero todavía tienes el promedio del 21. Ya perdiendo el 21 por esta zona, probablemente vayas a visitar los 160, $170, porque aquí tienes otro gap abajo en los 220. Así que Coinbase se ve alcista. Estamos, como pueden ver, en una zona que no ha estado en años, literalmente años desde este entonces. Y este es un nivel importante a recuperar. Si Coinbase no baja de este nivel de los 376 y también no baja de este wick, oh, perdón, el perro está haciendo cosas divinas. Eso sería bastante alcista para Coinbase y podríamos ir a objetivos de máximos. Pero si empiezas a romper esto a la baja, te llevas el 9 y luego te llevas el 21 y esta zona, ahí se vería mal. Una de las cosas que nos encanta de apostarle a Coinbase es que está directamente relacionado con cripto. Es como MicroStrategy y MicroStrategy ya está pompeando altos históricos, todo este pedo. Coinbase ni siquiera ha estado cerca. Así que para mí es un trade que tiene bastante alfa. La cosa es esperarte a ver cómo. Ahora sí que no es esperarte. La cosa es poder agregar en las mejores oportunidades a tu posición y prepararte para lo que viene. Porque si Bitcoin está en $93,000, te puedes imaginar lo que va a pasar con Coinbase pronto. Así que ahí lo tienen. Farhan, we're ready for the last dance with Octopus.
That is the petrochemical or
EC, right?
Eco-petro.
Yeah. EC.
Let me share my screen.
Oh, wow, what a dump. Whoa. Oh, it's going to 628. That's it.
I'm going to start with the quarterly. So right now in the quarterly, we are brushing up right against this bottom 38.2. We're losing this meme line right here. And our momentum is flipped down. Volatility is expanding from very low levels. So what I have based on my meme lines is that once we lose this one, we're very likely going to go to this one. But the reason why I think we're going to break this is because our volatility is expanding from such low levels and we're still very low on volatility, that we can get a move at the very least down at a minimum towards the 78.6. That's at $3.82. And if we don't find, if we don't get a very strong bounce there, probably going to keep going down lower, and it's probably going to do what it did over here and come down to the 100%. That's below $2 right now. It's $1.81. To the monthly. Monthly is currently brushing up against the 78.6, while momentum is pointed towards the downside. It's within the bearish control zone, and volatility is heavily pointed up at 74%. So that also coincides with another move towards somewhere around $5. 2-week currently is just about to hit the 88.3. This thing usually likes to top out on before it consolidates at somewhere around the 97% on the 2-week. Right now, momentum is within the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up, so that would take us somewhere around like $5.
Dude, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not sharing your screen. I'm looking at it, but I'm not sharing it. I'm sorry. Go on. I'm sorry.
I'm going to restart.
No. I'm still paying full attention. So I got you.
All right. So yeah, the 2-week is brushing up against the 88.3. That would take us to somewhere around the 97.5, around $5.64. But then I would expect some consolidation. The weekly right now tried to bounce a little bit, tried to test the 78.6. Our momentum tried to flip up, got rejected. Volatility is still pointed up. And the fact that we can't even get over the 78.6 tells you that this thing is extremely bearish. We have a slip across to the downside as well on the weekly. Do we have it on the 2-week? We have it on the 2-week, which has never been undone. 5-day currently is about to lose a 78.6. Momentum is trying to flip up, but it's still below the moving average, still in the bearish control zone. And the volatility is kind of going sideways, telling us whatever move we get to the upside is going to be a corrective move. 2-day currently is still rejecting this 5 EMA, which has always been rejecting since basically this breakdown point at over almost $13. Momentum is flipping back down and volatility is starting to flip back up. Takes us somewhere around $6 to $5.50. Daily has already lost the blue 30 at 2. Retested, rejected. Now we're getting expansion to the downside, trying to bounce a little bit at 61.8, which is this previous low right here. But even if it were to close like this, I would still consider this to be bearish. It would be basically like a hanging man candle kind of, and momentum is flipping back down into the bearish control zone while volatility is flipping up, which is very sad to see because you see the jewel over here with the God mode buy signal and the bearish critical zone, which is why you can't mirror yourself just to one indicator. First thing that comes first is price action and then your indicators. And right now, God mode buy signal cyan, and we can't even get over the 5 EMA. 4-hour momentum is currently pointed up. Volatility is pointed down. That gives you a probability of hitting the median. So right now, even if we were to touch the median, that would just be another tap of this 5 EMA on that we've been rejecting all the way down, and that would still be extremely bearish. Switch to the momentum chart. Actually, let's do the RSI because we already know momentum is down on this thing. Not like we needed the stochastic pivot to tell us that momentum is down.
Yeah, exactly.
Quarterly currently has confirmed hidden bearish divergence on this last lower high. We've already hit the easy target, which is the bearish control zone. Right now, the next target, based off of this expanding volatility from very low levels, only at 40%, likely makes it a target of the critical zone. And right now, it doesn't even tell us what that number is because it's so low. We're going to have to wait for the next 1 or 2 candle opens for us to see what the actual number would be. We got a little bit of a bastardized head and shoulders right here on the RSI. We've already basically hit the easy target of the critical zone. We're within the critical zone on the 2-week. Weekly is well into the critical zone, basically at the bottom of it. Daily also just confirmed some hidden bearish divergence, would give us the critical zone, which is currently at just below $7. 12-hour as well, same target. 8-hour too. 6-hour also. 6 hours, multiple tries of hidden bearish divergence. That would give us a number of $6.74. And 4-hour too. And the 4-hour number would be $6.73. So the higher time frames look extremely bearish, and now the low time frames are giving me multiple tries of hidden bearish divergence, and it tells me this is going to keep going down, probably into the 6s before we get somewhat of a failed bounce again. And then from there, I would expect this thing to go below $5. And then eventually, within the next year, maybe a year and a half, I would look for this to go somewhere around $3. Maybe this goes to 0. Who knows?
That would be ridiculous, no? An oil company, an energy company just going to 0? Like how? What the fuck is happening?
It would be absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
oil short 2-week setup, giving us the same on a ticket to 0. So.
By the way, it's happened before, right? Like you would say oil's going to 0. There's no way, dude. It's not going to go to 0. We all need oil. No, it went negative. It did. So it's already done crazy shit. Anything else you guys want to add? Something you want to point out? Something you want to show people, tell people, aside from we're going to see them tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. Mexican time, and whatnot?
No, I'm good.
All righty. Well, sirs, thank you so very much. Appreciate your time. I'll see you in the chat.
All right, sirs. Have a good one.
Bye. Vale, pues, vamos a empezar por acá. Ecopetrol, por cierto, tíos. Esta es una fácil de ver. Yo creo que todo el mundo debería de... Vamos a darnos esta vuelta. Pueden ver, Ecopetrol salió acá. Eso fue en el 2000, no sé cuándo haya sido, 2007, 2008. Y desde entonces Vamos a ver qué tan alto llegó. Llegó a un máximo histórico de $67 y eso lo hizo en abril del 2012. Y ahorita está cotizando como meme coin en $7.30. Lo primero que van a notar en esta gráfica de 2 semanas es que estamos sencillamente, esto es un análisis bastante básico, creando altos más bajos, perdón, y estamos creando bajos más bajos. Toda esta línea morada tiene esos bajos y ahora tienes otro bajo y vas a ir a barrer este bajo en los 6.41 y de ahí te queda el bajo histórico en los 5.15 y lo vas a barrer. Si estamos viendo todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad en todas las temporalidades, por ejemplo, discúlpeme, un 2, ahora hago esto, pongo mis promedios y voy ¿cómo se llama? Hacer esto. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo con el movimiento a la baja y todavía le queda bastante camino hasta el 100%, que es donde normalmente le gusta estar y le gusta sobreextenderse en ese 100%. Así que eso es algo que nos pone y nos pinta una excelente fotografía. Yo creo que para verlo más sencillo en todo esto, porque tienes cruces plateados a la baja que se dieron acá, ni siquiera pudiste retestear todo este camino para acá. En casi todas las temporalidades estamos viendo lo mismo, cruce plateado a la baja, caída, no has podido retestear ni siquiera el 9 por acá. Y acá puedes ver que la volatilidad continúa. Este es un setup de jamás que se dio justamente acá y puedes ver la expansión de la volatilidad y todavía no se acaba de dar. Y viene de 2 periodos de lo mismo, así que te puedes imaginar dónde va a acabar esto. Vamos a verlo rápido en la diaria para que tengan esto en mente. ¿Dónde hay oportunidades acá? Las oportunidades vienen sencillamente cuando vienes a tocar el 9. Una vez que tocas el 9, tu segunda entrada sería, en mi opinión, el 21 y tu invalidación un poco arriba. Una vez que haga eso. Por ahora esto se ve que se está hundiendo, ¿no? Como el Titanic. Entonces, esto va para abajo, no hay dónde sacarle. Las únicas oportunidades son de hacerle short. Por ahora, en todas las temporalidades esto tiene cara que se va a ir a cero, muy al estilo COVID, aunque sea una empresa de energía o de petróleo, no sé qué sea, Energy and Minerals. Atentos, esto va a caer. No hay nada más fácil en la historia que ver esta tendencia bajista. Y es todo. 4 horas, 20 minutos, 4:20. ¿Cómo de que no? Tengo una llamada con una empresa grande y acabando mi llamada con la empresa grande, voy a irme a mi 4:20 y a darle besos a este tío que es un dios, damas y caballeros. Mañana, clase especial exclusivamente para los miembros de Elite Trading Academy en elitetradingacademy.com, .us, no .com, .us. Ahí los vamos a ver a todos ustedes. Los que van a participar ahí son los que tienen la membresía para platicar en el chat. Y de nuevo, es para cualquier pregunta que tengan. Queremos pulir todas sus estrategias. Lo que necesiten, pregúntenlo mañana. Y si se nos acaban las preguntas, las dudas de la gente, podemos brincar a precios. Voy a darle unos besos a este tío. Les mando un abrazote. Cuídense mucho y gracias por estar con nosotros una vez más. Se los agradezco de corazón. Pórtense bien.